Chapter 763. The shocking words that came out of Feng Zichen's mouth made Patriarch Kuan Peng feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. However, this was also a matter of moment. After all, he was an emperor. After a short period of shock, Patriarch Kuan Peng regained his composure. He said with a bitter smile, "Fellow Taoist Zichen, don't tease poor Wei. I hope you can tell me what exactly happened." Seeing Patriarch Kuan Peng like this, Feng Zichen did not have the mood to tease him and told him the reason for the return of the Eastern Emperor Tai. "I see. I didn't expect the heaven-splitting treasure to have such an effect. It can protect the owner's true spirit. Tai is really a great creation." Patriarch Kuan Peng said enviously after knowing the truth that Tai was not dead. The heaven-splitting treasure was indeed the most powerful Dharma treasure in the primordial world. Fellow Taoist Kuan Peng, if you have the time to admire the power of the Bell of Chaos, why don't you think more about how you're going to deal with fellow Taoist Dong Huang now that he has returned? Seeing that Patriarch Kuan Peng was still admiring the power of the Bell of Chaos, Feng Zichen could not help but shake his head and say something. Unexpectedly, Patriarch Kuan Peng, who was still full of fear earlier, was full of confidence at this moment, as if he was not afraid of the Eastern Emperor at all. "Fellow Taoist, don't worry. Although the Eastern Emperor is strong, as long as poor Wei hides in the North Sea, he can't do anything to poor Wei," Patriarch Kuan Peng said confidently with a wave of his hand. Hearing that, Feng Zichen thought for a while and thought of the terrifying existence that he had sensed in the depths of the North Sea in the past. Back then, the strength of that existence was already infinitely close to primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Now, if nothing unexpected happened, he should have already stepped into this realm. The evidence was Patriarch Kuan Peng's current performance. If not for the fact that there was an expert behind him who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Eastern Emperor, how could Patriarch Kuan Peng be confident that he would not be afraid of the Eastern Emperor's revenge? North Sea, North Sea. There was a great terror in the depths of the North Sea. There was an expert who was comparable to the sacred beast Black Tortoise. He was an expert who had walked his own Tao. He was of the same generation as Tao ancestor Hong Jun. It's good that fellow Taoist is confident. However, there's one more thing that I would like to remind you of. Fellow Taoist, you must be careful of ancestor Hong Yun. When he saw Ancestor Rock being so confident, Feng Zichen couldn't help but remind him. What? Ancestor Hong Yun. What happened to him? Could it be that he was resurrected as well? But how is that possible? How could the two saints of the West allow him to be resurrected? Hearing the name of Ancestor Hong Yun, Ancestor Kuan Peng was shocked and asked, "That's right. If I'm not wrong, Ancestor Hong Yun should have been revived by the three pure ones. Therefore, fellow Taoist, you have to be careful when you do things in the future. Otherwise, you might be targeted by others." Feng Zichen nodded and said. He wasn't trying to scare Patriarch Kuan Peng, but it was the truth. Reviving the experts from the Antiquity Age was one thing. Reviving Ancestor Hong Yun was another. Since they had used the 6 paths of reincarnation disc at all costs, how could the 3 pure ones only revive some experts from the Antiquity Age? Of course, it would be to maximize the benefits and revive some other people. For example, Ancestor Hong Yun or Dong Wanggong. After reviving Ancestor Hong Yun, Zhang Yuanzi, who was originally on Feng Zichen's side, would naturally turn around and return to the saint side. In order to repay the karma of his revival, Ancestor Hong Yun would definitely stand on the same side as the 3 pure ones. Moreover, with the revival of Ancestor Hong Yun, the 3 pure ones would have one more way to counterbalance the 2 saints of the West. With the revival of Ancestor Hong Yun, the one who would suffer the most was definitely not Ancestor Kuan Peng, but the 2 saints of the West. The karma of becoming a saint would definitely be a headache for the 2 saints of the West. They would be the biggest obstacle to stopping Ancestor Hong Yun's revival. It was no wonder that Ancestor Kuan Peng's first reaction when he heard that Ancestor Hong Yun had been revived was that the 2 saints of the West would not allow him to be revived. Wasn't that creating trouble for himself? Reviving Ancestor Hong Yun was killing 2 birds with 1 stone for the 3 pure ones. Therefore, while reviving the experts from the Antiquity Age, they wouldn't mind reviving Ancestor Hong Yun at the same time. As for the feelings of the two saints of the West, haha, since the beginning of time, the three pure ones had never cared about the feelings of the two saints of the West. Reviving Dong Wang Gong was also a big move by the three pure ones. Their purpose was similar to reviving Ancestor Hong Yun. Reviving Dong Wang Gong was equivalent to winning over the Queen Mother of the West. Furthermore, if Dong Wang Gong grew up, he could be used to restrain Dong Wang Tai. Alright, even if he couldn't restrain Dong Wang Tai, he could be used to restrain Hao Tian. After all, he was the leader of all the male immortals in the world and had the status of heaven and earth. Reviving the two of them was equivalent to winning over two of the most powerful great mediums in the Eldritch Land. The three pure ones could be said to have profited greatly from this deal. Hiss, you really didn't lie to poor Wei? Looking at Feng Zichen's solemn expression, Ancestor Kuan Peng could not help but gasp. This was because he knew that Feng Zichen was not joking. It was true. Ancestor Hong Yun had really been revived. At this moment, Ancestor Kuan Peng finally started to panic. He was not afraid of Dong Wang, but with Jin Yuanzi and Ancestor Hong Yun, his life would be in danger. My friend Kuan Peng, even I can't help you with this matter. However, although I can't help you, I know that your only way out is in the netherworld. That's the only place where someone can protect your life. You should understand what I mean. After scaring Ancestor Kuan Peng for a long time, Feng Zichen finally pointed out a way for him to survive after seeing his terrified expression. The netherworld. At this moment, under the threat of Dong Wang Tai, Jin Yuanzi, and Ancestor Hong Yun, even Ancestor Hun Ming could not save Ancestor Kuan Peng's life. However, with the help of Goddess Hotu, it was possible. Moreover, Goddess Hotu was not the only one in the netherworld. Ancestor Mingyi was also in the netherworld. Back then, Ancestor Kuan Peng was not the only one who killed Ancestor Hong Yun. Ancestor Mingyi was also there. To be precise, without Ancestor Mingyi's two innate killing swords, Ancestor Hong Yun might not have died. After Ancestor Hong Yun came back to life, if he wanted to take revenge, he would not only look for Ancestor Kuan Peng, but also Ancestor Mingyi. It could even be said that Ancestor Hong Yun hated Ancestor Mingyi more than Ancestor Kuan Peng. After all, there was hatred between Ancestor Hong Yun and Kuan Peng. However, there was no hatred between him and Ancestor Mingyi. Ancestor Hong Yun was killed for no reason. One could imagine how much Ancestor Hong Yun hated Ancestor Mingyi. The netherworld. After muttering silently, Patriarch Kuan Peng replied, I understand what you mean, fellow Taoist. If things don't work out, I don't mind making a trip to the netherworld. Ancestor Kuan Peng said it casually. However, when he said it, he struggled in his heart. It was not difficult for him to ask Ancestor Mingyi for help. However, as the monster master of the monster race, it was not easy for him to ask for Goddess Hotu's protection. This was also the reason why the monster race of the North Sea did not become enemies with the sorcerer race. Otherwise, Ancestor Kuan Peng would not have asked for help from Goddess Hotu. If he really became enemies with the sorcerer race, he would not have lived until now. During the battle between the sorcerer race and the monster race, the moment Ancestor Kuan Peng escaped, Goddess Hotu would have killed him. As there was no hatred between them, she let him go. Sigh, my friend, I'll take my leave. After sighing, Ancestor Kuan Peng clasped his hands at Feng Zichen. With a leap, he turned into a huge golden rock and disappeared in front of Feng Zichen. If Ancestor Kuan Peng wanted to ask for Goddess Hotu's protection, he would have to pay an unimaginable price. However, what did that have to do with Feng Zichen? He chose his own path. Who asked Ancestor Kuan Peng to walk on a narrow path? One wrong step led to many wrong steps. Ancestor Kuan Peng could only blame himself for ending up in such a situation. He could not blame anyone else. Hong Yun, Dong Wang Gong. Three pure ones, your methods are getting better and better. After Ancestor Kuan Peng left, Feng Zichen looked at the river of time and space with his Dharma eye. As expected, he did not find any traces of Ancestor Hong Yun and Dong Wang Gong. It was as if the two of them had never appeared in the primordial world. There were no traces of them in the river of time. Obviously, the traces of their existence had been secretly taken away by the three pure ones and became the basis for their resurrection. That was the bad thing about the great divine ability. They did not necessarily need a true spirit to resurrect them. As long as a thought still existed or a memory was left in the world, they could be resurrected. Such a person was really too difficult to kill completely. There was a deep reason why the three pure ones chose to resurrect the two of them. Apart from attracting the two top existences, Xinyuanzi and the Queen Mother of the West, it was more to target the human race. Ancestor Hong Yun and Dong Wanggong were probably the three pure ones' last resort to deal with Feng Zichen. The 20% of a human race's fate that was taken away by the Grand Pure One would also be used on the two of them. That was because the two of them could replace Feng Zichen and become the new human emperor of the human race. If other great divine ability reincarnated into the human race, they would not be recognized by the human race's fate even if they were extremely talented. Then, they would not be able to become the human emperor of the human race. However, Ancestor Hong Yun and Dong Wanggong were different. Their identities were simply too special. Firstly, it was Ancestor Hong Yun. The first Khanate cloud in the primordial world achieved Tao and was the first blessed true immortal in the primordial world. His fate could be seen from the fact that he was the only one who could obtain the Hongming purple cloud among the great divine ability. If not for his good-natured personality, he would have formed too many karma and would have been killed. Otherwise, he would have been one of the sages. Such an identity was indeed special, but it did not have much to do with the human race. However, although Ancestor Hong Yun himself did not have much to do with the human race, his Taoist field had a lot to do with the human race. As the first blessed true immortal in the primordial world, Ancestor Hong Yun's Taoist field was naturally extraordinary. It was the Fire Cloud Cave, which was ranked first among the 36 caves in the primordial world. It was also the place where the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race lived in seclusion. When Ancestor Hong Yun died, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors used his Taoist field. Naturally, nothing happened. However, after Ancestor Hong Yun was revived, the matter became serious. At any time, it was not a small matter to occupy someone else's house. Moreover, this was the primordial world where everyone lived with dignity. Unless the human race could return the Fire Cloud Cave to Ancestor Hong Yun, the karma between the human race and Ancestor Hong Yun would be serious. However, it was impossible for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to move out of the Fire Cloud Cave. After so many years, the Fire Cloud Cave had become the sacred land of the human race under the bathing of the human race's fate. How could they give it away? The sacred land of the human race was related to the fate of the human race. There was no reason to give it away, even if the sacred land used to be someone else's home. It was not that the human race was overbearing, but it was the truth. If there was anyone to blame, they could only blame Ancestor Hong Yun. Who asked him to die? As a result, he lost his Taoist field. However, even so, the human race had occupied Ancestor Hong Yun's Taoist field and formed a karma between them. If Ancestor Hong Yun were to reincarnate into the human race, with the support of the Fire Cloud Cave, he would be qualified to fight for the position of the human emperor. After so many years, Ancestor Hong Yun would return to the Fire Cloud Cave as the human emperor. In this way, the human race would obtain Ancestor Hong Yun's fate, and Ancestor Hong Yun would be able to return to the Fire Cloud Cave. The karma of the human race occupying the Fire Cloud Cave would be resolved with a happy ending. This was a way to get the best of both worlds. This was the sage's plan. However, no one knew if Hong Yun would become the human sovereign, the sovereign of earth, or a pawn of the sages, the human sovereign son of heaven. As for Dong Wanggong, this was the alternative plan of the 3 pure ones. If Ancestor Hong Yun and Feng Zichen failed to fight for the position of the human emperor, the 3 pure ones could immediately push Dong Wanggong to continue fighting for the position of the human emperor with Feng Zichen. Ancestor Hong Yun relied on the fire cloud cave to be qualified to fight for the position of the human emperor. However, if Dong Wang Gong wanted to fight for the position of the human emperor, it would be much easier. If he wanted to fight, he could do so without the approval of the human race's fate. In other words, if he wanted to fight for the position of the human emperor, the human race's fate would approve of him. There was no other reason other than Dong Wang Gong's identity was too special. He was an innate divine being nurtured by the innate Tao of Yang. Just like Dijun, Tai, and Hao Tian, he was the natural emperor of the Eldritch world. At the same time, he was the leader of all the male immortals in the world. With such an identity, it was enough to go to the celestial emperor, not to mention fighting for the position of the human emperor. Therefore, the human race's fate had no reason to reject Dong Wang Gong, who had the aura of an innate divine emperor, if he wanted to fight for the position of the human emperor. After all, no matter how strong the human race's fate was, it could not be stronger than heaven and earth. It was restrained by heaven and earth and was inferior to it. An innate divine emperor represented heaven and earth and carried out the will of heaven and earth. The human race's fate could not resist. Unless the human race could replace the heavenly court and become the orthodox celestial emperor of the Eldritch world, they could not reject the entry of an innate divine emperor. To be honest, under normal circumstances, an innate divine emperor joining the human race was definitely a great thing for the human race. Feng Zichen also welcomed it. This meant that soon, the human race would have an earth-shattering supreme emperor. Chapter 764. However, how could Feng Zichen welcome someone like Tung Wang Kung, who had joined the human race with ulterior motives? Who knew if he was here to become the supreme human emperor or the human emperor son of heaven? If Tung Wang Kung became the human emperor and turned to the saint, wouldn't the efforts of Feng Zichen and the previous human emperors be in vain? After the 5 emperors, the human race no longer needed human emperors from other races. There were countless heroes in the human race. Couldn't they pick out 1 or 2 human emperors? Did they need to borrow people from other races? It was ridiculous. Hong Yun, Tung Wang Kung, since the 2 of you have chosen to be enemies with the human race, don't blame me for being ruthless. Please die again. At this moment, thinking of the saint's plan, Feng Zichen couldn't help but want to kill the 2 of them. He couldn't kill the saint, but couldn't he kill 2 great mediums? However, although the 2 of them were going to die, it wasn't now. They still had value. Feng Zichen needed to use them to sharpen the human race, stimulate the fighting spirit of the younger generation of the human race, and implement the concept of man conquering nature. For this reason, before their value was exhausted, Feng Zichen wouldn't touch them. However, he couldn't just let them do whatever they wanted. He had to find some trouble for them. Since the 3 pure ones had made a move, how could Feng Zichen not fight back? In addition, this wasn't a turn-based game. Without the restriction of the 3 pure ones making a move, Feng Zichen could only retaliate with 1 move. He could retaliate with many moves. For example now, with a thought, Feng Zichen suddenly released his divine consciousness and swept toward the Zifu state in the EC. The Zifu state, which had made Feng Zichen flinch in the past, was now like a powerless baby in front of him, unable to resist. As soon as Feng Zichen released his divine thought, it covered the entire Zifu state. However, the remaining Dao marks in the Zifu state didn't react at all. The gap was too big. The current Feng Zichen was much stronger than the Dongwang Tai and Dongwang Gong back then. How could the battlefield they left behind shake Feng Zichen? With a thought, everything that happened in the Zifu prefecture was reflected in Feng Zichen's heart. Feng Zichen couldn't help but smile when he saw the familiar ball of light in the center of the Zifu prefecture. Never would I have expected that item to still exist. I'm afraid that Dongwang Tai hasn't had the time to rush back here. As for the 3 pure ones, how could they have expected that after Tai killed Dongwang Gong, he didn't choose to take away his origin and instead left it behind? The ball of light that Feng Zichen was familiar with was naturally Tung Wang Kung's innate origin, the innate Yang origin. Back then, Feng Zichen had used its power to cultivate a powerful divine power, the innate divine light of extreme yang. For this reason, he had a deep impression of it. If it weren't for the feelings of the Queen Mother of the West and the fact that he was afraid of getting involved with Tang Wang Kung, Feng Zichen would have taken it away quietly. However, he didn't expect that the tiger would harm the human heart, even though the human didn't have the intention to hurt the tiger. Considering the feelings of the two of them, Feng Zichen didn't touch the innate origin left behind by Tang Wang Kung after his death. However, he didn't expect that his kindness wouldn't lead to a friendship between the two of them, but the news that they were enemies of the human race. His kindness had been treated as ill intent, and his flirtatious eyes were thrown at a blind man. F***CK, Feng Zichen was about to explode with anger. If he had known that this would be the result, he would have taken away the innate yang origin long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. However, it wasn't too late now. Now that he wanted to deal with Tang Wang Kung, he needed this item. The reason why Dong Wang Tai left Tang Wang Kung's innate origin was that he wanted to cultivate it into a new innate god fiend, so that he could compete with Tang Wang Kung and prevent him from achieving the Tao. This plan was, of course, excellent. But now, it seemed that this plan had undoubtedly failed. This was because after so many years, this ball of innate yang origin didn't even show signs of developing intelligence, let alone taking on a human form. It was still struggling desperately, fighting against the means left by Dong Wang Tai, waiting for the return of its master, Tang Wang Kung. It had been nearly 100 million years since Feng Zichen last saw the innate yang origin. After such a long time, the innate yang origin had lost a lot of its power in the struggle against the seals set by Dong Wang Tai. Compared to the first time Feng Zichen saw him, he was much weaker. But it had to be said that after so many years of training, although the innate yang origin was much weaker, it was undoubtedly more condensed. An endless mysterious aura bloomed from its body, which was fascinating. It was no exaggeration to say that whoever refined this innate yang origin could reach the great perfection of sage to be in an instant. Of course, only the realm could reach this level. Its power was far from enough. At most, it could let one have the power of Daluo Taoist priests. After all, when Tang Wang Kung died, he was only in the late stage of sage to be. The innate yang origin he left behind could let one reach the great perfection of sage to be, which was already heaven-defying. If it could let one have the power of sage to be in the great perfection, it would not be heaven-defying, but unreasonable. After so much power was used up, it was already very exaggerated that the innate yang origin could let one have the power of Daluo Taoist priests. But, for a monk, the realm was undoubtedly more important than the power. Power could be slowly accumulated over time, but the realm could not. It required an opportunity, and the innate yang origin was an opportunity. And it was an opportunity that could let one directly reach the great perfection of sage to be. If this news spread out, it would probably make the Daluo Taoist priests and many sage-to-be experts in the untainted world go crazy. But Feng Zichen did not care about this. His focus was more on the origin of this ball of innate yang origin. It was the origin left behind by Tang Wang Kung after he died. In other words, it came from the same origin as Tang Wang Kung. It could even be said that it was another Tang Wang Kung. If Tang Wang Kung got it, not only could he recover his power immediately, but he could also go one step further. However, Tang Wang Kung had no hope of getting this innate yang origin, because Feng Zichen was going to make a move on it. In Feng Zichen's view, this innate yang origin was simply a sharp weapon to deal with Tang Wang Kung. As long as he had it, no matter what Tang Wang Kung did, Feng Zichen could arrange it properly. To be honest, a long time ago, Feng Zichen felt that Dong Wang Tai's way of thinking was wrong. If it were him, he would not think of cultivating this innate yang origin into a connate god fiend. Instead, he would directly refine it and make it into an incarnation. This was much simpler and safer than cultivating a connate god fiend. It was difficult to cultivate a connate god fiend. Even if he was lucky enough to succeed, he would have to worry about the possibility of it betraying him. What if it turned into friendship with Tung Wong Kung and became brothers? Even if the probability was very small, he had to guard against it. But if he cultivated an incarnation, he would not have such worries. His external incarnation was him. How could he betray himself? It was not necessarily that Dong Wang Tai did not think of it. Maybe he was not willing to do so. After all, Feng Zichen was not an orthodox Kane godfiend. He was a postnatal creature. For this reason, he thought differently from the orthodox Khanate godfiends. The Khanate godfiends that were born of the Khanate earth cared about the purity of their origin the most. How could they let an outsider's Khanate origin contaminate their pure origin? After a powerful person obtained the enemy's Khanate origin, he would refine it into a Khanate spiritual treasure. This was also the reason why there were so many Khanate spiritual treasures in the primordial world. A Daluo Taoist priest's origin could be refined into a Khanate spiritual treasure. Daluo Taoist priests were immortal and indestructible. One could obtain a Khanate spiritual treasure every time they were killed. According to this calculation, in theory, a Daluo Taoist priest could be turned into countless Khanate spiritual treasures. There was nothing wrong with this. Of course, no Daluo Taoist priest would be so miserable. Just like Di Jun's resurrection of Tai, he did not use so many Khanate origins himself. Instead, he spent a lot of effort to trace them back to their origin before giving them to Tai to use. His goal was to maintain the purity of the origin. Feng Zichen was different. As a postnatal life form, as long as it was beneficial to his body, he dared to refine it no matter what it was. He did not care about the purity of the origin at all. This was very pragmatic. Of course, the Dongwang Tai did not refine the Khanate Yang origin because he did not like it. How could someone as arrogant as Tai touch an outsider's Khanate origin? It was good that Tai did not refine it. Wouldn't this benefit Feng Zichen? If Tai had refined this ball of Khanate Yang origin, how could Feng Zichen have the chance now? With a thought, Feng Zichen raised the human Dao imperial seal and directly took away the ball of Khanate Yang origin. During this time, he did not encounter any resistance. Perhaps there was resistance. It was just that under his invincible power, he could not feel that weak resistance. How could a human feel the resistance of an ant? Buzz, buzz, buzz. After doing all this, Feng Zichen raised the human Dao imperial seal again and used the power of the chaos bead to erase all traces he'd left behind. This way, even if the Dongwang Tai came here, he would only find that the Khanate Yang origin was gone. He would not know who had taken it. Within the chaos bead, Feng Zichen's divine consciousness surged out, enveloping the Khanate Yang origin and extending toward its core. Such a large movement naturally awakened the mark that the Dongwang Tai had left in the Khanate Yang origin to monitor its movements. The figure of a majestic emperor slowly appeared. However, after the emperor appeared, before he could speak, Feng Zichen's divine consciousness crushed him into pieces. Even if the Dongwang Tai himself came, he might not be Feng Zichen's match. Not to mention this was a mark he'd left behind before he'd attained Dao. Naturally, it collapsed at the first touch. When one's strength reached Feng Zichen's level, refining an avatar was not as troublesome as before. He only needed to brand his true spirit mark on it to declare success. And with the power of the Khanate Yang origin, it could not resist Feng Zichen. Therefore, Feng Zichen quickly finished imprinting his true spirit mark on it. Feng Zichen could not help but smile when he sensed that a great life was being nurtured in the innate Yang origin. From now on, you are Tung Wang Kung. That's right. Feng Zichen named his new avatar Tung Wang Kung. He wanted to use this avatar to seize everything of Tung Wang Kung and completely replace him. The relationship between Tung Wang Kung and the Khanate Yang origin could be described as two sides of the same coin. They were originally one. Feng Zichen's avatar was refined from the Khanate Yang origin, so there was nothing wrong with calling it Tung Wang Kung. Tung Wang Kung was a Taoist name and an honorable position. Since the real Tung Wang Kung had fallen, everything related to him could inherit this honorable position. Tung Wang Kung's origin had taken form and inherited Tung Wang Kung's Taoist name. This was a kind of inheritance in itself. There was no problem. The Way of the Heavens also recognized it. As for whether the real Tung Wang recognized it or not, he had to appear. The current Tung Wang Kung had already reincarnated into the human race. He was a postnatal creature. Before he got rid of his identity as a human, he could not use the name Tung Wang Kung. Reincarnating into the human race meant that he had temporarily given up his identity as Tung Wang Kung. This was originally nothing because it was originally his. When the time came, it would naturally return to him. However, Tung Wang Kung would never have dreamed that when he reincarnated into the human race and temporarily gave up his identity as Tung Wang Kung, another him would appear out of nowhere and inherit everything of Tung Wang Kung, becoming the new Tung Wang Kung. No, it was not new. The origin was the same. How could it be called new? In the eyes of everyone, they would only think that Tung Wang Kung had returned from the tribulation, not that someone was impersonating him. When Feng Zichen's plan was completed, his clone would be the real Tung Wang Kung. He would inherit Tung Wang Kung's luck, karma, hatred, connections, and everything. And the real Tung Wang Kung would become a member of the human race. Because his identity was all inherited by Feng Zichen. The three words Tung Wang Kung had nothing to do with him. He no longer had a previous life. This life of the human race was his new beginning. This was called taking drastic measures. If Tung Wang Kung wanted to fight for the position of the human emperor, then let him fight for it. Feng Zichen did not care at all, because he had already erased Tung Wang Kung from the root and completely replaced him. When Tung Wang Kung reached the end and suddenly looked back, he would find that his past had been replaced by another him. That scene would be very exciting. Becoming an enemy of the human race. It would be the biggest nightmare of Tung Wang Kung's life. He would not die, but his ending would be worse than death, because he would no longer be himself. After arranging Tung Wang Kung's future, Feng Zichen looked at Ancestor Hongyan. After thinking about it, he did not have a good way to deal with him. After all, this person really had karma with the human race. After thinking about it again and again, Feng Zichen finally decided to let Ancestor Mingyi deal with Ancestor Hongyan. There should be a conclusion to the karma between the two. Putting aside the matter of Ancestor Hongyan, Feng Zichen pondered for a moment and took out a blood-red altar. Chapter 765. The blood altar was a treasure that Feng Zichen had specially built to revive the fallen masters of the human clan. After countless years, the masters of the human clan who had died in the ancient demon clan's massacre, except for those who had died in the hands of Di Juntai, had almost all been resurrected by him. What kind of cultivation did Di Juntai have? He was a figure who could fight with a sage before he achieved Tao. How powerful were they? Even a sage-to-be master would have his true spirit shattered after being hit by them, and it would be difficult for him to return. Not to mention those masters of the human clan who had not yet become Daluo Taoist priests. Their physical bodies, spiritual souls, and true spirits had all been smashed into smithereens by the hands of Emperor Juntai. They had completely vanished into thin air. Even the traces of their existence had almost been completely erased. Feng Zichen was too powerful, and Di Juntai could not erase his memory. So he remembered the existence of these heroes of the human clan. Otherwise, these heroes of the human clan would have been completely forgotten by the world and buried in history. The humans who were qualified to be killed by Di Juntai might not be much in the untainted world, but they were definitely the top existences in the human clan. They were the most powerful masters of the human clan under the 9 kings. Each of them was half a step away from the Daluo Taoist priest's realm, and each of them had transformed into an innate fiend god body. They were the mainstays of the human clan. They were also the earliest innate fiend gods of the fiend god path. If they had not died in that battle, they would be at least Daluo Taoist priest's realm now. Unfortunately, they had died, and they had died miserably. The traces of their existence had almost been completely erased. Now, The only evidence that could prove their existence was the memories in Feng Zichen's mind. Logically speaking, these people were not Daluo Taoist priests' realm, and their true spirits could not be immortal. It was almost impossible for them to be resurrected after dying to such an extent. Anyway, the blood altar couldn't do it. Although the blood altar's effects were heaven-defying, not everyone could be revived. There were conditions for it to revive living beings. It needed the blood essence or true spirit left behind when it was alive. At the very least, a strand of fresh blood would do. However, these heroes of the human clan didn't leave anything. No matter how strong the blood altar was, if it couldn't meet its requirements, it couldn't make a person appear out of thin air. In theory, these human heroes were completely dead, and there was no possibility of resurrection. However, Feng Zichen was simply too powerful. With the memory in his mind, he distorted the boundary between reality and illusion, causing them to overlap. He actually reflected the heroes of the human race that only existed in his memory in reality. Under Feng Zichen's power, the traces of those human heroes who had disappeared long ago slowly reappeared. Everything was going back on the right track. Then, after countless years of nurturing, their true spirits slowly reunited. Now, at this moment, it was almost time for these human heroes to return. Originally, Feng Zichen planned to resurrect them in their peak state, and then send them to the Realm Sea to gain experience and conquer thousands of worlds in order to find an opportunity to break through the Daluo Taoist priest realm. But now, with the turmoil of the human clan, Feng Zichen changed his mind. He wanted to leave these human heroes in the Eldritch world and let them reincarnate into the human clan to start all over again. The younger generation of the human clan might not be a match for the reincarnated ancient experts, but the reincarnation of these human heroes definitely could. This was because they had already completed an incredible transformation in ancient times. They had transformed from ordinary postnatal living beings into innate god fiends. Perhaps some of the ancient experts who had reincarnated into the human race had been killed by the heroes of the human race. It was really hard to say. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In Feng Zichen's hand, the blood altar suddenly operated. Rays of blood-red light bloomed from it, illuminating the entire void and illuminating an eerie and ominous atmosphere. Then, many illusory figures were projected from the blood altar and landed on the land of the human race. These shadows were the heroic spirits of the ancient human heroes. Now, they had left the blood altar and rushed to the human clan's land to be reincarnated into the human clan. Since they were the ancient human heroes, their treatment was naturally incomparable to that of ordinary people. The process of their reincarnation was all arranged by Feng Zichen. They didn't need to go through the 6 paths of reincarnation. After the human heroes arrived on the human clan's land, they didn't enter their mortal bodies. Instead, they stayed in the air and merged with the surrounding innate qi. At the same time, in the boundless starry sky, Zhoxing trembled inexplicably. Starlight hung down and matched with the human heroes, helping them to condense their bodies. Feng Zichen wanted them to be born as innate humans. They were already innate gods and heroes of the human clan. It would be too much to ask them to start over as innate gods and demons. Therefore, Feng Zichen arranged for them to be innate humans. A higher starting point was entrusted with Feng Zichen's good wishes for them. He wished them to achieve even greater things. Right, innate life forms weren't enough. Feng Zichen even drew upon the power of Zhoxing and bestowed them with star fate. Born as innate humans, this identity could be said to be the top innate spirits, second only to innate gods and demons. My fellow Taoists, your resurrection this time is to witness the beginning of your glory. If you're interested in the position of human king, do your best to take it in your hands and fulfill the unfulfilled dream of the ancient times. Become a supreme human king. Looking at the human heroes who were condensing their bodies, Feng Zichen looked at them expectantly for a while before slowly looking away. To them, Feng Zichen was always a little different. After all, they were all his fellow Taoists. They had grown up together, struggled together, and fought side by side with each other. Now, it was a kind of comfort to be able to see them again. After making arrangements for his former fellow Taoists, Feng Zichen didn't take back the blood altar. Instead, he placed it in the void and fiddled with it seriously. He was going to resurrect a big guy. No, that wasn't right. He was trying to resurrect an incomparably ancient existence. Or rather, he planned to summon the mark of that incomparably ancient existence and see if he could replace it, just like his incarnation had replaced Tung Wang Kong. The existence that Feng Zichen wanted to resurrect was incomparably ancient and noble. Its origin could be traced back to the beginning of the world. Its name was Yin-Yang Ancestor. It was born at the beginning of the world and was an innate saint born from the Tao of Yin and Yang. Its antiquity was beyond imagination. It was the first batch of living beings born after the primordial world was born. Although it wasn't the first to be born like Tao ancestor Hongjun, it was still one of the top 10 living beings born in the primordial world. The Tao of Yin and Yang, the principles of movement and stillness, the wonders of Taiji, its Tao contained everything and contained all living beings. As an innate saint born from the Tao of Yin and Yang, the power of Yin-Yang ancestor could be imagined. However, very few people in the primordial world knew about such a powerful existence like him. Everything about him was covered up by someone with great magic power. The reason was that Yin-Yang ancestor was dead. His innate, indestructible true spirit was shattered by the demon ancestor Luo Ho's immortal slaying 4 swords, and all traces of him were destroyed. At the same time, the demon ancestor Luo Ho used the destiny of the demonic path to suppress the Yin-Yang ancestor's true spirit fragments, completely cutting off his possibility of resurrection. It was possible to resurrect the Yin-Yang ancestor as long as the destiny of the demonic path was broken. However, how difficult was it to break the destiny of the demonic path? This was something that was almost impossible. As the saying goes, if evil thoughts were not eliminated, the demonic path would exist forever. Unless the primordial world was destroyed, the demonic path would never be destroyed. It might be weakened, but it would never be destroyed. The Yin-Yang ancestor's innate, indestructible true spirit was suppressed by the destiny of the demonic path and would never have the chance to escape. It was equivalent to completely perishing. Of course, in order to suppress the Yin-Yang ancestor, the demon ancestor Luo Ho had paid a price. After completely suppressing the Yin-Yang ancestor, the demonic path permanently lost part of its destiny. This was also the reason why the demonic path could never prosper. Destiny was not complete. Even if it did, it could not last long. The Yin-Yang ancestor could force the demon ancestor Luo Ho to pay such a huge price to completely kill him. It was clear how much the demon ancestor hated him. How could he not hate him for destroying his sect? The Yin-Yang ancestor was not only the oldest innate saint in the primordial world, but he was also one of the founders of the Celestial Tao of the Celestial Sect. His position in the Celestial Sect was second only to the Hongjun ancestor, and he was the second most important person in the Celestial Sect. In the early primordial era, when the chaos of the primordial beast had just passed, the 3 oldest innate god fiends, Tao ancestor Hongjun, Tao ancestor Yin-Yang, and Tao ancestor Qingquan, practiced the Celestial Tao together on Mount Yujing and opened the Celestial Sect. At that time, feeling the power of the 3 innate god fiends, a group of innate god fiends chose to become their followers. And this was the original Celestial Sect. These 3 people, Tao ancestor Hongjun, Tao ancestor Yin-Yang, and Tao ancestor Qingquan, were also called the 3 founders of the Celestial Tao by the disciples of the Celestial Sect. In the Great War of the Immortals and Demons at the end of the primordial era, it was the Yin-Yang ancestor and Tao ancestor Qingquan who joined forces to break through the gates of the demonic path. They overturned Mount Meru and destroyed the foundation of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. It was because of this that the demon ancestor Luo Ho hated the 2 of them to the core and wanted to completely kill them at all costs. one of the three founders of the Celestial Sect, one of the two best friends of Tao ancestor Hongjun, and one of the people the demon ancestor Luo Ho hated the most. This kind of background was indeed astonishing. However, that was not the reason why Feng Zichen wanted to revive him. Feng Zichen's motive for reviving the Yin-Yang ancestor was very simple. It was to deal with the Grand Pure One. More accurately, it was to plot against the Grand Pure One's heaven-opening treasure, the Taiji painting. It was not enough to snatch the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Feng Zichen also wanted to snatch the Taiji painting from the Grand Pure One. Since he could not kill the Grand Pure One, Feng Zichen planned to teach the Grand Pure One an unforgettable lesson so that he would know that the human race was not so easy to plot against. He believed that the loss of the Taiji painting would definitely be remembered by the Grand Pure One for the rest of his life. That idea was indeed good, but it was almost impossible to snatch the Taiji painting from the Grand Pure One. The Grand Pure One was not made of clay. How could he allow the Taiji painting to be snatched away? Moreover, the Taiji painting had been in his hands for so long. It had long been refined by him to the point of being sentient. Just like that, if the Taiji painting could still be snatched away by outsiders, the Grand Pure One might as well commit suicide. It was too embarrassing. Although that was the case, nothing was absolute. To others, it was impossible to snatch the heaven-opening treasure, the Taiji painting, from the Grand Pure One's hands. However, it was not necessarily the case for the Yin-Yang Patriarch. That was because the original owner of the Taiji painting, one of the three heaven-opening treasures, was the Yin-Yang Patriarch. It could even be said that the Taiji painting was the Yin-Yang Patriarch's lifelong treasure. After all, the Yin-Yang Patriarch was one of the greatest Khanate saints. He was directly nurtured by the origin of the world. It was not strange that he was accompanied by the Taiji painting. After the Yin-Yang Patriarch died, Tao ancestor Hongjun took away the Taiji painting and gave it to the Grand Pure One not long after. With this karma, the Yin-Yang Patriarch had the right to snatch the Taiji painting from the Grand Pure One. No, that cannot be called snatching. It should be said that it was returning to its owner. That was the right way to put it. The Taiji painting was originally the Yin-Yang Patriarch's item. Now that he had taken it back from the Grand Pure One, it was returning it to its owner. It cannot be said that he had snatched it. Moreover, if the Yin-Yang Patriarch went against the Grand Pure One, no matter how selfish Tao ancestor Hongjun was, he would not do anything to him. There was also karma between the two of them. At most, they would not help either side. This plan was very feasible. In the void, the blood altar was operating crazily. Rays of blood light swept out and entered the primordial world, collecting the aura left behind by the Yin-Yang Patriarch. As the blood altar operated, the Khanate Yin-Yang Qi floating above the altar became clearer and clearer. This Khanate Yin-Yang Qi came from the Yin-Yang Patriarch. Feng Zichen asked for it from the ancestral Graygon. He did not know where he got it from. Perhaps the ancestral Graygon also wanted to replace the Yin-Yang Patriarch and then use it to plot against Tao ancestor Hongjun. However, in the end, when he saw that he could not revive the Yin-Yang Patriarch, he gave up on this plan. The fact that the ancestral Graygon could not do it did not mean that Feng Zichen could not. This was not because he was more outstanding than the ancestral Graygon, but because he had someone in the demon sect, the ruins of the end and the mental demon, the new sect master and grand elder of the demon sect. In other words, the first and second leaders of the demon sect were Feng Zichen's men. If not for that, he was not confident that he could revive the Yin-Yang Patriarch. If he could revive the Yin-Yang Patriarch with the blood altar alone, he would be underestimating the means of the demon ancestor Rahu. Completely killing was not just a matter of words. If he wanted to revive the Yin-Yang Patriarch, he had to use special methods. Seeing that the Khanate Yin-Yang Qi on the blood altar was not increasing, Feng Zichen knew that the blood altar had reached its limit. At this time, he had to use other methods. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen contacted the ultimate void and the mental demon, letting the two of them shake the destiny of the demon sect. Chapter 766. In the ultimate ruins, Gue, Su, and mental demon, who were in seclusion to comprehend the demon Tao, suddenly opened their eyes after receiving Feng Zichen's instructions. They each used their full strength to shake their portion of the demon sect's providence. Rumble. At this moment, the demon sect's providence shook. In the demon sect, there were many mountains, and demon ancestor Rahu was still alive. Therefore, even though Gue, Su, and Mental Demon were the sect master and great elder of the demon sect, they could not control all of the demon sect's providence. However, the two of them together already controlled as much as 50% of the demon sect's providence. 50% was half. In other words, unless the remaining members of the demon sect joined forces, no one in the entire demon sect would be able to shake the power of the two. Rumble. One could imagine the changes brought to the demon sect when 50% of the demon sect's providence shook. Almost instantly, all the demon sect experts woke up and used their powerful strength to try to suppress the rebellion of the providence. Two powerful forces collided in the unknown void, and the terrifying fluctuations that burst forth caused the demon sect's providence to shake even more violently. At a certain moment, under the intense struggle between the two sides, the demon sect's providence was suddenly torn apart and directly divided into two. Half belonged to the demon sect, led by demon ancestor Rahu. The other half belonged to the sky demon sect, led by Gue, Su, and Mental Demon. The moment the demon sect's providence was torn apart, a flaw suddenly appeared in the indelible seal in the deepest part of the demon sect. Although that flaw disappeared in the blink of an eye, it was quickly repaired. However, that 1/1000th of a second was enough for Feng Zichen to seize the opportunity. Almost at the same time, the power that Feng Zichen stored in the blood altar, which was enough to revive a half-step primordial chaos expert, disappeared. At that moment, the blood altar suddenly shook, and its entire body emitted a dense blood light that could not be dissipated. With this guidance, an extremely small fragment of the true spirit flew out of the seal of the demon sect's providence and landed on the blood altar. This was the true spirit fragment of the yin-yang ancestor. Normally, Tao ancestor Hongjun, as the #1 expert in the primordial world, would naturally sense the appearance of the yin-yang ancestor's connate, indestructible, true spirit fragment. There was almost no concealment. However, Tao ancestor Hongjun had also lost control of the primordial world and could not sense the appearance of the yin-yang ancestor's true spirit fragment. To others, the heavenly Tao hiding from the world was just losing the ability to deduce the heavenly secrets. But to Tao ancestor Hongjun, it was losing control of the world. This was the price of Tao unification. It was the same as the Tao. Tao integration brought so many benefits to Tao ancestor Hongjun. So how could there be no price? This was the Tao of heaven's Tao. As for the demon ancestor Rahu, logically speaking, he should have sensed such a huge change in the demon sect's providence at the first moment. Unfortunately, in order to break through to the peerless zenith heaven golden immortal realm, fiend ancestor Rahu had gone to the outer realm chaos and completely lost contact with the primordial world. He was God's sense. It was also because of this that Feng Zichen had the guts to plot against the yin-yang ancestor. Otherwise, he would take the risk of provoking the two most powerful existences in the primordial world to plot against the Grand Pure One. He dared to do this because he was confident. After obtaining the yin-yang ancestor's connate true spirit fragment, Feng Zichen used all his strength to destroy the yin-yang ancestor's consciousness in the fragment. He had spent so much effort not to resurrect the yin-yang ancestor, but to impersonate him. If he accidentally resurrected the yin-yang ancestor, Feng Zichen would be a fool. Boom! A majestic divine thought surged out and directly refined the yin-yang ancestor's connate, indestructible, true spirit fragment. After all, the yin-yang ancestor's background was noble and ancient. However, when he died, his cultivation was only half a step into the primordial chaos realm. Compared to Feng Zichen, who was infinitely close to the seventh heaven of primordial chaos, there was still a huge gap. Therefore, under Feng Zichen's power, the yin-yang ancestor's connate true spirit fragment had no chance to resist. Almost instantly, the consciousness was destroyed by Feng Zichen and replaced with his own. Very good. Feng Zichen could not help but nod when he felt that he had completely grasped the fragment. Then his figure flashed, and he came to the core of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, where the merit of creation was. He had only refined a fragment of the connate true spirit. It could only be said that he had completed the first step to replacing the yin-yang ancestor. He was still far from success. A fragment of the connate true spirit was nothing. At least, he had to condense the yin-yang ancestor's connate true spirit. And this was where the real trouble lay. As the fragment of the connate true spirit continued to transform into a complete true spirit, more and more imprints of the yin-yang ancestor would gather in the process. If things went wrong, Feng Zichen's operation this time would be a wedding dress for the yin-yang ancestor, and he would be truly revived. But how could Feng Zichen allow this to happen? He deliberately chose the core of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda to revive the yin-yang ancestor. He wanted to use the power of the merit of creation to find out what was wrong. He might make a mistake alone, but with the merit of creation, there was no way he could make a mistake. If the yin-yang ancestor had the ability to hide from Feng Zichen and the merit of creation, he would not have died at the hands of the demon ancestor Luoho. Boom! The blood altar operated again. The yin-yang ancestor's connate true spirit fragment in the center of the altar recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Feng Zichen made a series of hand seals and inserted his true spirit imprint into the fragment. At the same time, he also wiped out the yin-yang ancestors that was surging in from the outside. As the fragment of the true spirit grew, a wave of unfamiliar memories surged into Feng Zichen's consciousness. It was the memories of the yin-yang ancestor. At the same time, this action also showed that Feng Zichen was gradually replacing the yin-yang ancestor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the side, the merit of creation suddenly trembled and rippled with circles of purple brilliance, enveloping Feng Zichen. Inexplicably, the barrier between Feng Zichen and the yin-yang ancestor's true spirit completely disappeared. At this moment, he was the yin-yang ancestor, and the yin-yang ancestor was him. Not to mention Tao ancestor Hongjun, even the yin-yang ancestor would not be able to distinguish the real from the fake. The merit of opening the heavens was just that powerful. Just as Feng Zichen was replacing the yin-yang ancestor step by step, a dispute suddenly broke out in Kunlun Mountain. Fellow Taoists, what is the meaning of this? Are you really planning to force us two martial brothers to have a falling out with you all? In the Jade Mirage Palace, Saint Jiayin, who had always been merciful, showed a rare expression of anger and asked the three pure ones aggressively. Behind him, Saint Juanti also looked angry. He stared at the three pure ones with hatred and looked like he would attack at any moment. They were really angry. They had never been so angry before. It had always been them stabbing others in the back. They did not expect to be stabbed in the back today. That's right, Juanti and Saint Juanti knew that Ancestor Hong Yun had been resurrected. Such a big thing could not be hidden at all. Of course, the three pure ones did not want to hide it. Seeing that the two of them were angry, Saint Taiching frowned and explained, "Fellow Taoists, don't be angry. The poor way is doing this for your own good." However, it would have been better if he did not say it. Once he did, Saint Juanti exploded. For our own good. Resurrecting fellow Taoist Hong Yun is also for our own good? In that case, shouldn't the two of us thank you properly, fellow Taoists? Saint Juanti jumped out from behind Saint Jia-yin and said sarcastically, "Junior brother, shut up." However, before the three pure ones could speak, Saint Jia-yin, who was beside him, reprimanded him. Compared to Saint Juanti, Saint Jia-yin calmed down after hearing Saint Taiching's words. He retreated with Saint Juanti and bowed to Saint Taiching. He asked, "Eldest senior brother, what you said about resurrecting fellow Taoist Hong Yun is for our own good. May I know where the word good comes from?" Seeing that Saint Jia-yin was polite, Saint Taiching could not continue to tease him. He explained, The poor Wei observes that the two fellow Taoists from the west have been trapped in fellow Taoist Hong Yun's karma for a long time and can't escape. Therefore, the poor Wei intends to use this opportunity to help the two fellow Taoists end the karma between them and fellow Taoist Hong Yun in one fell swoop. Hearing that, Saint Jane asked respectfully, "Why do you say that?" Saint Tai Ching smiled and continued, "The karma between the two of you and fellow Taoist Hong Yun is the karma of becoming a saint. It's naturally difficult to end it using ordinary methods. However, there's an opportunity now." Oh, Saint Jie-in seemed to have understood something. However, before he could think carefully, the Grand Pure One pointed in the direction of the Human Emperor's hall and said, "That's right, it's the position of the Human Emperor." Hearing that, Saint Jie-in and Saint Juan-Ti felt as if thunder had exploded in their minds. They were instantly enlightened. They understood what the Grand Pure One meant. The position of the Human Emperor was a karma position that was comparable to the position of the saint. If they worked together to push Hong Yun to the position of the Human Emperor, they would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the saint. Then, the karma between the two of them and Hong Yun would naturally be resolved. The Grand Pure One's plan was really wonderful. It made the two saints, Jie-in and Juan-Ti, understand. The problem that had troubled the two of them for many years was resolved just like that. For a moment, the two of them felt that it was unreal. Then, the two of them silently deduced. When they felt that the plan was completely feasible, they calmed down again. However, when they calmed down, Jie-in and Juan-Ti suddenly realized that the two of them seemed to have been schemed against by the three Pure Ones. Originally, the three Pure Ones were the main force in the matter against the North Star, and the two of them were the support. However, with the resurrection of Ancestor Hong Yun, the situation was completely reversed. The two of them were the main force, and the three Pure Ones were the support. In order to resolve the karma between the West and Ancestor Hong Yun, Jie-in and Juan-Ti would definitely do their best to support Hong Yun. It was not an exaggeration to say that they would push Hong Yun to the position of the Human Emperor at all costs. That was because the two of them had no way out. This karma had dragged on for too long. It was time for a conclusion. With Jie-in and Juan-Ti in front, the three Pure Ones could naturally retreat to the back and let the two of them be the ones to stand out. Jie-in did not like to be at a disadvantage, but the three Pure Ones were not people who would be at a disadvantage either. Once the three Pure Ones made this move, if this matter succeeded, everyone would naturally be happy. However, if this matter failed, most of the karma would fall on Jie-in and Juan-Ti. If it was done properly, the three Pure Ones could even retreat unscathed and push all the trouble to Jie-in and Juan-Ti. They could change their appearances and preach in the world again. This was the three Pure Ones. You might gain, but they would never lose. Although they knew that they had been schemed against by the three Pure Ones, Jie-in and Juan-Ti had to admit that the three Pure Ones had indeed solved a huge problem for them. Therefore, the two of them had to pinch their noses and apologize. "It's the poor Wei's fault for misunderstanding you, eldest senior brother. Please forgive me." "It's all right." Saint Tai Ching shook his head and said. Seeing this, the two of them silently retreated to their original positions. However, at this moment, a strange light flashed across Saint Juan-Ti's eyes. How could it be so easy to take advantage of him? What was good for them? If it was really good for them, the three Pure Ones would have discussed with them before carrying out this plan. They would not have waited for them to realize it and then replied indifferently that it was good for them. They were obviously looking down on them. Saint Juan-Ti would remember this grudge. With this thought, karma was born. This was the reason why Saint Juan-Ti schemed against the two sects in the future. On the other hand, Saint Jie-in did not have as many thoughts as Saint Juan-Ti. He was preparing for the worst. What if this plan failed and Ancestor Hong Yun did not become the Human Emperor? After thinking about it, Saint Jie-in still felt that if the plan failed, letting Ancestor Hong Yun continue to die might be the best solution. He really thought that the plan would succeed. Otherwise, he would have to continue to wrong fellow Taoist Hong Yun. Saint Jie-in thought for some reason. By the way, fellow Taoist Hong Tian, since we are already at odds with the North Star, what should your disciples do? It's not easy to repay the huge karma owed to the North Star. If they don't fight to the death for the North Star, I'm afraid that your disciples' Tao will be destroyed. Saint Xuanti seemed to have thought of something and suddenly reminded fellow Taoist Tongtian. Sect leader Tongtian's face darkened when he heard that. He did not expect that the disciples who helped the human race back then would form such a huge karma with the human race. They could not get away for the time being. In the future, when the GS school and the human race went to war, the disciples would be in an awkward situation. They could not help the human race, but they could not help the human race either. After thinking about it, fellow Taoist Tongtian made a decision. He looked at Saint Xuanti with hatred and said, "The poor way already has a solution in mind. You don't have to worry about it, fellow Taoist Tongtian." As he spoke, sect leader Tongtian waved his sleeve and took out dozens of connate spirit treasures. Chapter 767. Although most of these primordial spiritual treasures were of the middle and lower grade, dozens of them were still a great fortune when put together. After taking a deep look at these primordial spiritual treasures, the sect leader of Tongtian made up his mind and directly cut off the nostalgia in his eyes. Then he waved his sleeves and threw these primordial spiritual treasures out. Boom! A strong gust of wind carried the dozens of primordial spiritual treasures and smashed through the space, disappearing. Seeing this, Taoist Kundi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he could not help but sigh. "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, you're really generous." Humph! The sect leader of Tongtian snorted and ignored him. Where did those primordial spiritual treasures go? They were carried by the gust of wind and drifted in the void for a while. Then, as if sensing a familiar aura, they smashed through the void and flew out. And the place where these primordial spiritual treasures landed was the center of the human race's ancestral land, above the human emperor palace. Whoosh! In midair, dozens of primordial spiritual treasures suddenly appeared and fell toward the human emperor palace with endless spiritual light. In the palace, Feng Zichen seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly waved his hand and swept up a gust of wind to collect the dozens of primordial spiritual treasures. Looking at the primordial spiritual treasures in front of him, Feng Zichen was puzzled at first, but soon he understood why these primordial spiritual treasures appeared here. They were sent by the sect leader of Tongtian to settle the karma between the disciples of the GS sect and the human race. At this point, the sect leader of Tongtian basically had no possibility of reconciling with the human race. Feng Zichen's plan to win over the sect leader of Tongtian naturally had no meaning. This was something that Feng Zichen did not expect. However, it did not matter. His purpose of winning over the sect leader of Tongtian was to suppress the three pure ones. Now, his purpose had been achieved, so there was no need to win over the sect leader of Tongtian. However, although the plan to win over the sect leader of Tongtian failed, the plan to win over the disciples of the GS sect was very successful. The disciples of the GS school who had come to help the human race had benefited a lot from the human race. Because of this, their karma with the human race grew deeper and deeper. Gradually, it became difficult for them to extricate themselves. Once the human race and the three pure ones went to war, their situation would become very awkward. Perhaps the only path left for them was to commit suicide. Only then would he be able to repay his master's kindness and repay the karma of the human race. However, the Prime Tongtian was unwilling to give up on these disciples. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and took out dozens of connate spirit treasures from his little treasury and gave them to the humans, in order to end the karma between his disciple and the human race. At the end of the day, the strongest among the disciples of the GS school was only at the level of Daluo Jingxian. Even the Daluo Taoist priests were not at the level of Daluo Jingxian. The value of dozens of connate numinous treasures was incomparable to that of several Daluo Taoist priests. They were many times more valuable than the disciples of the GS school. Sect leader Tongtian had used this to form a karma. No matter how great the karma was, it was time to put an end to it. Tisk, TSK, Tisk, sect leader Tongtian, You are indeed the richest saint. Feng Zichen sighed as he put away these connate spirit treasures. Dozens of connate spirit treasures, even if they were of the middle and lower grade, were considered a large sum. Other saints, such as Zhuan Ti, would not be able to take out so many connate spirit treasures. Only the prime of Tong Tian, who had collected so many connate spirit treasures from the treasure-snatching rock, could afford to take out dozens of connate spirit treasures in one go. Back then, the prime of Tong Tian had even taken away the treasure-snatching rock. Who knew how many connate spirit treasures he had obtained? Perhaps these dozens of connate spirit treasures were only a part of his treasury. Kang Meng passed down the order. Let the disciples of the Jie school leave the human race and return to the EC. In addition, give them a big gift on my behalf. It will not be in vain for them to work so hard for the human race for so many years. Feng Zichen summoned Feng Kangmeng and passed down the order. The prime of Tong Tian had given so much that Feng Zichen could not refuse at all. It should be noted that the human race was not one of the three primordial tribes, nor was it one of the witchcraft and demon races. It dominated the Archean Age and the Antiquity Age, when connate spirit treasures were everywhere and had accumulated boundless wealth. The human tribe was born too late and missed the most glorious period of the untainted land. When a human tribe dominated the untainted land, the world had already declined. Not to mention primordial spiritual treasures. Even primordial spiritual objects were almost extinct. In other words, the human race was in short supply of connate spirit treasures. Like the three primordial tribes, the Daluo Taoist priests, and the witchcraft and demon races, it was impossible for the human race to have a connate spirit treasure. The human race was in short supply of connate spirit treasures, but to what extent? Even the Daluo Taoist priests could not have a connate spirit treasure. The connate creatures were too ruthless. They not only took away all the connate spirit treasures in the world, but also destroyed the world, causing the human race to face a situation where there were no treasures to be used. It was also quite miserable. Therefore, after seeing the dozens of connate spirit treasures sent by sect leader Tong Tian, Feng Zichen could not think of rejecting them at all. Looking at the human Taoist priests who were begging for connate spirit treasures, how could Feng Zichen refuse? After all, connate spirit treasures were the greatest strategic resources in the untainted land. With them, the Daluo Taoist priest's strength would at least double. Releasing his divine thought, Feng Zichen scanned the human race's territory and found that the divine cities were almost finished. He could not help but nod with satisfaction. Although the departure of the disciples of the Jie school would inevitably delay the construction of the divine cities, it did not have much of an impact. With the strength of the human race, they could complete the last step by themselves. It did not matter whether there were disciples of the Jie school or not. Those fellows of the human clan had not been following the disciples of the Jie school for nothing all these years and helping them. After following the disciples of the Jie school for a long time and seeing a lot, even if they did not take the initiative to learn, they would naturally remember some. And these would become the skills they relied on to survive. The divine cities were about to be completed, and Dongwang Gong and the Yin-Yang Patriarch were about to be born. In the reincarnation hall of the Netherworld, the ghost emperor of Fengdu and goddess Hutu joined forces and found out what method the three pure ones used to bypass goddess Hutu and interfere with the 6 paths of reincarnation. To be honest, the final result really shocked Feng Zichen. The 3 pure ones could actually summon Pangu's primordial spirit. This was really amazing news. How many people in the untainted land could resist Pangu's primordial spirit? Tao Ancestor Hongjun? Or Demon Ancestor Rahu? Or Heavenly Tao? No matter what, as long as it was Pangu's primordial spirit, it represented indescribable strength. It could not be underestimated. It was not a problem to treat it as the Wuji Daluo Jinxian. Thinking about it this way, the 3 pure ones were really not simple. They actually hid such a huge trump card. It was also a coincidence that Feng Zichen knew about this in advance and was prepared. Otherwise, when the war broke out, the 3 pure ones would suddenly attack and catch him off guard. The outcome of the war would probably be changed. TSK. The The three pure ones are still as sinister as ever. Feng Zichen shook his head and sighed. Little did he know that if the three pure ones heard his words, they would probably curse him. In terms of sinisterness, how could the three of them compare to Feng Zichen? This was the biggest cunning person in the untainted land. I, Feng Zichen, am a maniac in the untainted land. JPG, collecting his scattered thoughts, Feng Zichen finally began to get down to business. The preparation work had been completed. It was time for the chaos of a human race to begin. With a thought, Feng Zichen's figure disappeared from the human emperor's palace and came to the sky above the human territory. There was an incomparably huge world there. It was constantly interacting with the heavens and earth, absorbing a huge amount of rule information and slowly growing. This great world was the great world that Feng Zichen had almost sacrificed the three pure ones in the chaos outside the heavens. This world had the potential to become the heavenly realm. It was vaster and grander than the top upper-class world. It was a true great world. Stepping forward, Feng Zichen suddenly made a move. He used his supreme magic power to pull this world and slowly walked towards the human territory. He wanted this world to overlap with the human territory. A world formed from the three pure ones' origins naturally inherited the three pure ones' characteristics. It was the same as the untainted heavenly realm. It was a light world formed from the innate clear chi's origins. This world was light, and the human territory was located on the ground, so it was the thickest. If this world was covered with the human territory and the two overlapped, there would be a wonderful change. Perhaps strands of chaotic primordial chi would be born. Of course, this was not the main purpose of Feng Zichen's fusion of the two places. How could his plan be so simple? This world had just been born and had not yet taken shape. In other words, what this world would become in the future was all determined by Feng Zichen's wishes. He wanted this world to overlap with the human territory and then imitate the human territory, completely changing it into the human territory. This world was light and could be regarded as an illusory world, while the human territory was thick and heavy, so it was a real world. This world was born based on the human territory. One was real and one was illusory. One was real and one was illusory. It was like the two sides of Tai Chi, yin and yang. They were opposed to each other and inseparable, developing the Xuanqi of creation. As for the name of this world, Feng Zichen had already thought of it. It would be called the Heavenly Realm. As for its function, it was also very obvious. The Heavenly Realm. The Heavenly Realm was called the Heavenly Realm, so it was naturally where the gods lived. And those gods naturally did not refer to the heavenly gods in the sky, nor the yin gods underground. They refer to the earth gods on the ground and the ghost gods in the human world. What was the earth god? It was the god of mountains and lakes, the god of the land. It was also the mountain god, the earth god, and the river god. What was the ghost god? It was the city god, the judge, and the ghost servant. The myriad god painting had the ability to confer the title of myriad god. And this myriad god did not refer to the righteous gods in the heavenly court, but these gods that lived on the ground. The mountain god, the earth god, the city god, the judge. These gods did not belong to the heavenly court or the yin court, but the gods that belonged to the human path. The heavenly Tao had the heavenly court, the underground had the yin court, and the human path lived in it, so it naturally had its own divine court. It might not have had it before, but now Feng Zichen said it had it, so it had it. It started with him, and the human path divine court came out. He, the Lord of the Gods, the Emperor of Gaochen, would personally establish the human path divine court. Feng Zichen did not care about the position of the human emperor at all. His contributions to the human race were imprinted in the destiny of the human race and could not be erased. It would be passed down with the torch of the human race until the human race was destroyed. Almost every human could learn about Feng Zichen's achievements from the torch. They knew that the human race had such a great emperor in the ancient times. Such achievements, such prestige. Could it be that if the heavenly Tao did not recognize him as the human emperor, he would not be the human emperor? Feng Zichen was the true human emperor. He could become the human emperor without any external factors. It was the human race at that time who sincerely recommended him to be the human emperor. He obtained the recognition of the entire human race. Even if the heavenly Tao did not recognize his identity, the human race and the ancient human race recognized him. In the hearts of the ancient human race, Feng Zichen was their emperor. This was unshakable, not even the heavenly Tao. The true human emperor did not need to obtain the recognition of the world. He only needed to obtain the recognition of the human race. Because he was the emperor of the human race, not the emperor of all races. Yes, that's right. The human emperor that Feng Zichen wanted to be was completely different from the human emperor in the eyes of outsiders. In the eyes of outsiders, the so-called human emperor should be like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, respected by all races, and become the supreme emperor of the great emperor of the primordial world. But Feng Zichen was different from outsiders. He only wanted to become the human emperor, the emperor of the human race, carefully protect the human race, and lead the human race to unprecedented glory. Feng Zichen's heart was too small. It could only accommodate one human race. There was no extra space to accommodate all races. It was fine to say that he was small-minded and did not see the big picture. In short, as a human for 2 lifetimes, Feng Zichen had long formed an inexplicable friendship with the human race. Sorry, I was born as a human. I only want the human race to be strong and stand at the top of the world. I don't want all races to coexist peacefully. Anything that dared to stand in his way would be trampled into powder. This was a most simple thought in Feng Zichen's heart. Perhaps this was the pride of being born as a human. What born as a human? I'm sorry. It was simply ridiculous. Only by being strong could one make others revere them and not dare to provoke them. Feng Zichen had already become the human emperor. Everything he was doing now was to plan for the future of the human race. If the human race had its own divine court, it would be the beginning of getting rid of the control of outsiders. Therefore, Feng Zichen wanted to become the divine emperor, establish the divine world, build the divine court, and confer titles to all gods so that the human race could form its own system and gradually get rid of the control of outsiders. If the divine path was formed, he would definitely be protected by the human path. At that time, the divine court would be established. It would be under the human path and rule the primordial world. It would really have the capital to compete with the heavenly court and the yin court. The divine emperor and the human emperor both ruled the primordial world. But obviously, the former had more power and could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the celestial emperor. In the primordial world, there was no divine emperor karmic position. But if Feng Zichen succeeded in establishing the divine court, the divine emperor karmic position would naturally appear. Chapter 768. The divine emperor was a position of honor formed by the fusion of the authority of the human emperor and the authority of the Emperor Go-Chun. He surpassed the two and had the authority of the human emperor and the Emperor Go-Chun at the same time. It was the highest position in the world. There was no such position in the world, but when Feng Zichen really reached this step, the world would feel it, and a myriad Tao would intertwine. The human Tao would manifest, condense this karmic position from the world, and personally bless Feng Zichen. The divine emperor was the highest karmic position in the human Tao. Of course, although Feng Zichen established the divine court to strengthen the human race, he did not forget to plan for himself. If Feng Zichen succeeded in establishing the divine court, he would have the capital to promote to the Wuji Daluo Jingxian, or even to a higher realm. In the heaven realm, he was about to become the celestial emperor. In the netherworld, he was already the supreme ruler of this world. In the human world, he was the master of the divine court, the supreme divine emperor. The highest karmic positions in the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man were all under the control of Feng Zichen. If he could combine these 3 karmic positions, he could become an existence on par with Tao ancestor Hongjun. It was not a comparison in strength, but a comparison in power. They were both the supreme rulers of the untainted world. He controlled the world, and I refined the universe. He controlled the universe, and I controlled the untainted world. This was the future of the untainted world. The saint would no longer be a match for Feng Zichen. His opponent would become the first living being born since the creation of the world, and also the oldest living being in the untainted world, Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Of course, in addition to Tao Ancestor Hongjun, the Chaos Demon God and the Demon Ancestor Rahu would also be Feng Zichen's future opponents. However, at that time, Feng Zichen's situation would become bigger. He would no longer care about the interests of the untainted world, but focus on the myriad worlds and the chaos. The idea was indeed good, but there was still a long way to go before it could be realized. First of all, Feng Zichen had not yet established the Divine Court. Secondly, even if he had established the Divine Court, he had not been able to fully control the Heaven Realm and the Netherworld. Feng Zichen was only about to become the Celestial Arch, which meant that he was not the Celestial Arch yet. He was just the North Star Arch, the North Pole Arch, and the South Pole Arch. If he wanted to become the Celestial Emperor, he still had a short way to go. In the Nether Realm, Feng Zichen only had absolute authority over the Yin Court. However, the Yin Court wasn't the entirety of the Nether Realm. Apart from the Yin Court, the Nether Realm also had the Shaman tribe, the Bloodsea Azura sect, and other powerful forces. However, this was nothing to worry about. As long as the Go Sealing List plan was carried out smoothly, Feng Zichen was confident that he could persuade them to join the Yin Court. In this way, the Yin Court could represent the entire Netherworld and become a force on par with the Heavenly Court. At that time, Feng Zichen, the great emperor of Fengdu, would be considered the true master of the Netherworld realm. He would possess authority that surpassed that of the earthly sovereign. What really worried Feng Zichen was the Heavenly Court. Damn it, when would Hao Yian be able to cultivate the primordial chaos Tao fruit and abdicate? He was so anxious. Hao Yian couldn't break through for a long time. Not only was he anxious, but even Feng Zichen was anxious for him. He was blocking Feng Zichen's path. If Hao Yian didn't break through, how could he abdicate? If he didn't abdicate, Feng Zichen wouldn't be able to take another step forward and become the new Celestial Emperor. How annoying. During the period when Feng Zichen was building the Divine Court and stabilizing the Yin Court, it was Hao Yian's last chance. If Hao Yian still didn't show any signs of breaking through to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian after the situation between the Divine Court and the Yin Court was completely stabilized, then don't blame Feng Zichen for being merciless and asking him to abdicate. Compared to his own path, Hao Yian's interests weren't particularly important. After making up his mind, Feng Zichen's speed of carrying out the plan became a little faster. Feng Zichen was very experienced in building the Divine Court. First, there was the Human Imperial Court, and then there was the Yin Court. They were all built by him. Slowly, it was all experience. Rumble. Amidst the rumbling of heaven and earth, the new great world gradually covered the human territory and then overlapped. Seeing this, Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and swept all the incense and willpower floating above the human territory into the new great world. Feng Zichen wasn't very sure how much incense and willpower the human race had accumulated over countless years. He only knew that it was a lot, more than he had imagined. That was it. Rumble. With the help of this massive amount of incense and wish power, the new great realm began to evolve very quickly. In less than 100 years, it had become exactly the same as the human territory and overlapped with it. At this time, if someone's soul left their body, they would find that they had entered an illusory world that was exactly the same as the human territory. This was the Divine Realm. Feng Zichen's reason for creating the Divine Realm was very simple. It was to collect the origins of those ancient powerhouses after they died. The Divine Realm had just been born and was still very weak. If it wanted to become stronger, it needed to devour a large amount of innate origins. But where did the origins come from? Feng Zichen thought about it and really came up with an idea. It was those ancient powerhouses who had reincarnated into the human race. Among them, the weakest had the cultivation of Lord of Tai, and the strongest had the cultivation of great divine arts. If they could integrate their origins into the newly born God realm, then the God realm would grow rapidly. Therefore, Feng Zichen first created the divine realm before the human race started a war with the reincarnations of the ancient powerhouses, so that it overlapped with the human territory. After that, if the two sides started a war, after the reincarnations of the ancient powerhouses died, their flesh and blood origins would not go to waste. They would be directly absorbed by the divine realm and become nutrients for its growth. Oh, this might be the greatest contribution that those ancient powerhouses had made to the human race after they reincarnated into the human race. It allowed the human race to have their own supreme great world, the divine realm. Not bad. Looking at the divine realm that overlapped with the human territory, Feng Zichen couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. Since the divine realm was created, then the next step of his plan should begin. Feng Zichen waved his big sleeve, and almost all the humans had a message in their minds at the same time. An evil demon had descended into the human race and wanted to destroy the foundation of the human race. Today, the human emperor has ordered the human cultivators to work together to kill the evil demon and return peace to the human race. After this message, a very sci-fi panel appeared in the minds of the humans who received the message. It recorded the rewards for killing the evil demon. From the lowest to the highest, there were spiritual herbs, magic treasures, magical powers, cultivation methods, and everything else. There was nothing that one could not imagine that was not recorded. The top spiritual herb was the legendary Dao fruit. It was said that after eating it, one could directly become the Daoyuo Taoist priests. The top cultivation method was called Pan Huang's Great Way Scripture. It was said that at the end of cultivation, one could transform into the great Taoist priests of Pangu and have the power to split the heavens and earth. The top magical power was called Buzhou Seal. It was said that after mastering it, one could transform into the long-shattered Mount Buzhou and have the power to suppress everything, even saints. The top magical treasure was actually the Khanate's supreme treasure, the Bell of Heaven and Earth. There was no description of the treasure on the panel. There was no mention of its functions, power, or effects. It only recorded a simple sentence: Khanate's supreme treasure, the Bell of Heaven and Earth. However, it was this simple description that made everyone excited. It was a Khanate's supreme treasure, the most powerful magical treasure in the primordial world. There was no need for too much description. Just the Khanate's supreme treasure alone represented everything. As an immortal, there was no one who didn't know what a Khanate treasure represented. With a Khanate supreme treasure, one would be invincible. Perhaps they could not win, but they would definitely not lose. Moreover, if they could completely combine the Khanate's supreme treasures, it would only be a matter of time before they achieved the Tao. A Khanate's supreme treasure could change anyone's fate. This was the best opportunity in the primordial world. Even if they used the supremacy of heaven and earth to exchange for it, they would not exchange it. Excited, everyone's eyes turned red. They looked at the people around them, all of whom looked like evil demons. They could not wait to kill them on the spot and use them to exchange for Khanate's supreme treasures. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen only told everyone about the appearance of evil demons for the time being. He did not tell them who the evil demons were. There was no hurry. He would use all kinds of rewards to arouse everyone's emotions first. When their emotions were completely aroused and they began to cultivate diligently, Feng Zichen would naturally tell them who were the extraterrestrial devils. As for now, they were still too inexperienced. If he were to tell them who was the outer space devil, they would not only alert the enemy, but also lose their lives for nothing. It was not worth it. He would let them improve their strength first. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Zichen opened the human tribe's treasury and scattered a large number of precious treasures. They were scattered all over the human tribe's territory, turning into all kinds of opportunities for the people to find. How much could they improve their strength by just cultivating hard? If they wanted to improve their strength quickly, they had to rely on Feng Zichen's help. In addition, without the help of the help, they could not compare with the reincarnations of the ancient experts. Did they really think that the reincarnations of the ancient experts would cultivate obediently? Not to mention that the saints would help them with the help of the help. Even if the saints did not help them with the help of the help, the cultivation experience and opportunities of their previous lives were their greatest help. If Feng Zichen did not help the human cultivators with the help of the cheats, then the human cultivators who were already inferior to the ancient experts would probably be even more inferior to them. Daluo Dao Fruit, Pan Huang's Great Way Scripture, Buzhou Dao Seal, Khanate Cardinal Treasure, Xianhuang Bell. I've already given you the opportunity. I just don't know if any of you have the ability to take away these 4 treasures from me. In the human emperor's palace, Feng Zichen saw everyone's excited emotions and could not help but shake his head with a smile. Since he dared to take out these things, if someone really met the requirements, he would give them away without hesitation. Feng Zichen still had this bit of credibility. However, it was still possible to obtain the first 3 treasures. The last one, the Khanate Cardinal Treasure, Xianhuang Bell, was extremely difficult to obtain. The requirement to obtain it was to kill the leader of the otherworldly demons. They were Ancestor Red Cloud and Dong Wang Gong. This requirement was very difficult. It was almost impossible for the human cultivators to complete it. However, if it was not difficult, how could it set off the value of the Khanate Cardinal Treasure? Feng Zichen had already invested in it. As for whether they could complete it, it would depend on their abilities. After arranging the opportunities of the ordinary humans, Feng Zichen turned his attention to the ancient humans. It was time to make arrangements for them. As his former confidants, Feng Zichen had strict requirements for them. Of course, while being strict, Feng Zichen also gave them the best. For example, the opportunities that Feng Zichen prepared for them this time were different from those of the ordinary humans. They were all Khanate spiritual treasures or Khanate Dharma treasures. Where did the Khanate spiritual treasures come from? It was definitely not from the Grandmaster of Tongtian. The dozens of Khanate spiritual treasures that the Grandmaster of Tongtian used to form karma were given out by Feng Zichen before they were even warmed up. However, this was still not enough. There were too many Khanate Taoist priests in the human race. It was not enough to make 10 Khanate spiritual treasures. Feng Zichen did not have any extra Khanate spiritual treasures to give to the ancient humans. If that was the case, why did Feng Zichen say that he had prepared opportunities of obtaining Khanate spiritual treasures for the ancient humans? Did he not have any more Khanate spiritual treasures? Where did he get so many Khanate spiritual treasures to give to the ancient humans? He had to thank the 3 pure ones for this. In order to hide from Feng Zichen, the 3 pure ones did not let the ancient humans carry any Dharma treasures when they reincarnated into the human race. Instead, they hid the Dharma treasures and waited for them to rise up so that they could find them themselves. Now, Feng Zichen had his eyes on these Dharma treasures. There was definitely no lack of Khanate spiritual treasures among the Dharma treasures of the ancient humans. If the ancient humans could get their hands on them, they would not lack Dharma treasures. As for the Dharma treasures of the ancient humans themselves, under the Dongwang Bell, nothing existed. They could not even protect themselves, let alone their Dharma treasures. They would have long been turned into powder and returned to the world. Feng Zichen could not find the Dharma treasures hidden by the 3 pure ones, but he could find the reincarnations of the ancient humans. He could let the ancient humans follow them and directly intercept or rob them when they were about to find the Dharma treasures of their previous lives. Then, wouldn't the Dharma treasures be in their hands? At this time, there was no need to talk about karma. What was the purpose of the calamity? It was used to sort out karma. Everything would end when one died, unless he was resurrected. Just as Feng Zichen was scheming against the ancient humans, there was another change in the untainted land. Above the East Sea, in the Purple Mansion State, a supreme Yang divine light suddenly rose into the sky. After that, the Khanate Supreme Yang Dao that had long been shattered condensed and gradually formed a majestic figure. That person was wearing a 3-dimensional crown in a 9-color cloud robe. His body was surrounded by a dense, connate, supreme, yang divine light. It was the leader of the male immortals in the world, Dong Wang Gong. At this moment, Dong Wang Gong was resurrected. Ha! The poor Wei is back. A carefree laughter came from Dong Wang Gong's mouth, and in an instant, it spread throughout the entire untainted land. Rumble. At this moment, the world shook violently and spontaneously produced all kinds of phenomena to celebrate the return of Dong Wang Gong. Chapter 769. Fellow Taoist Tung Wang Kung has returned? Why is it so sudden? After hearing the news of Tung Wang Kung's return, the great magicians of the primordial world were only a little shocked by his sudden return and did not think too much about it. However, it was different with a few people. For example, Dong Wang Tai knew exactly what was in the Zifu prefecture. Logically speaking, there was no possibility of Tung Wang Kung's origin there. However, the direction of Tung Wang Kung's voice was the Zifu prefecture. What did that mean? It meant that someone had secretly destroyed his arrangements and helped Tung Wang Kung resurrect. Thinking of this, Dong Wang Tai's eyes were filled with anger. Very good. I haven't made a move for too long, so much so that some people have forgotten my methods. How dare you cause trouble in front of me? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. With a cold smile, Dong Wang Tai's body gradually disappeared as he rushed toward the Zifu prefecture. If Dong Wang Tai was only angry, then the others, such as the 3 pure ones and the Queen Mother of the West, who knew that the real Tung Wang Kung had been resurrected. After the initial shock, their hearts were filled with a huge anger, and their faces were distorted with anger. Anger. Incomparable anger. With their wisdom, how could they not figure out what had happened? It was obvious that someone had taken advantage of Tung Wang Kung's absence to impersonate him and completely replace him. If this person really succeeded and confirmed Tung Wang Kung's identity, then even if the real Tung Wang Kung appeared, he would not be able to call himself Tung Wang Kung. An impersonation could not replace Tung Wang Kung's strength and realm, but it could replace his identity and karmic position. The most important thing for Tung Wang Kung was the karmic position of the head of the male immortals and the identity of the connate god fiend. If he lost these advantages, how could Tung Wang Kung compete with Dong Wang Tai? Compete with the human emperor? Furious, the 3 pure ones rushed directly to the Zifu prefecture. They wanted to see who was so bold as to impersonate Tung Wang Kung. However, although the 3 pure ones were fast, there was one person faster than them. That was the Queen Mother of the West. They did not know what relationship this goddess had with Tung Wang Kung, but she took care of him. In order to revive Dong Wang Kung, he did not hesitate to make a deal with the Grand Pure One. Now, things had finally made progress, but a fake Tung Wang Kung had suddenly appeared to ruin her plans. How could the Queen Mother of the West not be angry? The moment the fake Eastern Wang Gong spoke, the Queen Mother of the West walked out of West Kunlun aggressively and rushed towards the Zifu prefecture with a murderous intent. Her speed was no slower than Tai Yi's, who was in the primal chaos realm. This showed how furious Shi Wangwu was. She was about to lose her mind. On the other side, Feng Zichen, oh no, Tung Wang Kung had just been resurrected. He was feeling complacent and had no idea that danger had arrived. He was very proud now. If he was not wrong, his sudden resurrection must have shocked many people. This was especially true for the 3 pure ones. Their expressions were definitely extremely interesting. It was just a pity that he couldn't personally take a look, which made this fun a little less. If there was a chance, Feng Zichen really wanted to run to the 3 realms and shout to them, "You didn't expect me to have this move, did you?" If he really did this, Feng Zichen didn't know how the 3 pure ones would react, but they would definitely find it very exciting. Just thinking about it was already very exciting, let alone putting it into practice. After stretching his body, Tung Wang Kung was about to leave the Zifu prefecture. At this moment, he had just been resurrected. Although he was at the great perfection of the sage-to-be, his strength was barely at the early stage of the sage-to-be. In the eyes of ordinary people, Such strength was naturally a high and mighty existence. However, if he encountered the three pure ones, Dong Huang, and the others, he was just a slightly stronger ant. It might be an exaggeration to say that he could kill them casually, but he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand a few moves. He was afraid that he would be killed by the three pure ones and the others as soon as he was resurrected. Tung Wong Kung was about to escape. However, his speed was still one step slower. Just as Tung Wong Kung was about to enter the void, he heard a clang. A supreme suppressive force came and directly squeezed him out of the void. It was Dong Wang Tai. He took over Tung Wong Kung's identity and naturally inherited his memory. Hearing the familiar bell sound, Tung Wong Kung immediately recognized its origin. Dong Wang Bell. Being fixed in the void by the bell of chaos, Tung Wong Kung watched Dong Wang Tai walk over from the void. There was no panic in his eyes at all. With his current strength, he was naturally no match for Dong Wang Tai, but he had helpers. His helpers were enough to stop Dong Wang Tai. "Let me see who you are." Coming in front of Tung Wong Kung, Dong Wang Tai stretched out his hand and was about to crush him to find out his true identity. However, at this moment, the void suddenly distorted. Everything was upside down, chaotic, and disorderly. Everything was changing to the most primitive state. Soon, the power of the Bell of Chaos was wiped out, and Tung Wong Kung regained his freedom. Whoosh! With a leap, Tung Wong Kung escaped from Dong Wang Tai's hands. Dong Wang Tai did not stop him. He just stared in the direction of the majestic power with a solemn expression. The Nether Realm. It was the power of reincarnation from the Nether Realm. It was Goddess Hutu who had made a move. She was Tung Wong Kung's helper. With her ability, she could completely stop Dong Wang Tai. "Hutu, are you going to stop me?" Without looking at Tung Wong Kung, Dong Wang Tai just stared coldly at the Nether Realm and said faintly. Goddess Hutu did not answer Dong Wang Tai. Instead, she responded with her actions. She walked out of the Nether Realm step by step and stood in front of Tai. Although she did not say anything, her meaning was very clear. "I will protect this person." Although Tai was blocked by Goddess Hutu, it did not mean that Tung Wong Kung's problem was solved. Whoosh! An ancient mirror pierced through the void and shone toward Tung Wong Kung with the power of time. In an instant, Tung Wong Kung felt that the time that belonged to him was quickly rewinding. If he did not stop it, it would not be long before he returned to his state before his resurrection. That was the state of the innate source of Yang, mirror and the power of time and space. When these two characteristics were connected, Tung Wong Kung immediately thought of a Dharma treasure, the supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, Kunlun Mirror. It was the Queen Mother of the West who had made a move. With a thought, Tung Wong Kung took out the supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, Dragon Head Walking Stick. Vast innate Yang Qi surged out and directly broke through the seal of the Kunlun Mirror. The Dragon Head Walking Stick was a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure. It was a treasure that Tao ancestor Hongjun had given to Tung Wong Kung. Since he wanted to pretend to be Tung Wong Kung, Feng Zichen had already made thorough preparations. Feng Zichen did not find Tung Wong Kung's accompanying spiritual treasure, the Jingyang Bell. However, when he borrowed the Pangda God to collect the primordial world, he found this pure Yang treasure, the Dragon Head Walking Stick. With the dragon-headed walking stick in his hand, his identity as the Duke of Tung Wong was confirmed a little. The Queen Mother of the West, who was already very angry, was undoubtedly even angrier when she saw the Dragon Head Walking Stick in Tung Wong Kung's hand. He even got the Dragon Head Walking Stick. It seemed that this evil creature was determined to pretend to be Brother Tung Wong Kung. With this thought in mind, the Queen Mother of the West's movements became even fiercer. Streams of innate supreme, divine light were released from her hand, directly beating Tung Wong Kung until his body was covered with wounds. "You're courting death." Feng Zichen had not felt the feeling of being suppressed like this for a long time. He made up his mind and activated the Dragon Head Walking Stick with all his strength. Roar! A shocking dragon roar sounded. The dragon head on the Dragon Head Walking Stick seemed to come to life and opened its head slightly. Pure Yang soared out, Tung Wong Kung suddenly shouted as he pointed at the dragon head. Then a shocking change happened. A faint golden light was emitted from the dragon head walking stick. Then, the body of the walking stick under the dragon head walking stick slowly disappeared. At the same time, a golden sword body was slowly spat out from the mouth of the dragon head walking stick. When the body of the dragon head walking stick completely disappeared, the appearance of the dragon head walking stick had changed greatly. It had completely turned into an innate divine sword. Swish! In an instant, an awe-inspiring killing intent, mixed with the pure innate pure yang qi, surged out from the sword body. In just a moment, the world was shrouded in a murderous aura. This was the top innate spiritual treasure, the pure yang sword. At the same time, it was also the true body of the dragon head walking stick. Who was Feng Zichen, the primitive sword ancestor? The moment he got the dragon head walking stick, he already knew that the appearance of this walking stick was not its true body. Its true body was an innate divine sword, an extremely powerful innate divine sword. If Zichen's sword had not appeared out of nowhere, this innate pure yang sword would have been the number one divine sword in the primitive world. The two innate killing swords, Yuan-Tu and Avicii, as well as the four innate immortal killing swords, Trap, Absolute, Slaughter, and Execution, were all individually incomparable to this innate pure yang sword. This was because this sword was a pure emperor's sword. Why did Tao ancestor Hongjun give the dragon head walking stick to Tung Wong Kung? Because he was the leader of the male immortals in the world. The Tao ancestor gave this treasure to him because he had high hopes for Tung Wong Kung. He hoped that he could bear the corresponding responsibility. Otherwise, he would not have given this divine sword that symbolized the emperor to Tung Wong Kung. Unfortunately, Tung Wong Kung failed to live up to Tao ancestor Hongjuan's expectations. After getting the dragon head walking stick, he was completely immersed in the identity of the leader of the male immortals in the world and became arrogant. As a result, he did not discover the secret of the dragon head walking stick, causing the divine sword to be covered in dust. Until Tung Wong Kung's death, it did not have the chance to show its edge. Fortunately, now that he met Feng Zichen, he finally had the chance to show its edge. Whoosh! After receiving the pure yang divine sword, Tung Wong Kung casually drew a few sword flowers, bursting out billions of resplendent sword lights, sweeping toward the Queen Mother of the West. Seeing the dragon head walking stick turn into a pure yang divine sword, the Queen Mother of the West's eyes were filled with shock. She had been in contact with the dragon head walking stick for more than a day or two, but she never knew that the dragon head walking stick's true body was actually an emperor's sword. In fact, the Queen Mother of the West was certain that even Tung Wong Kung did not know about this matter. Looking at the power of this sword, if Tung Wong Kung had been able to master it back then, even if he could not defeat Tai, he would not have lost so miserably. On the other side, Dong Huang Tai, who was confronting Goddess Hutu, could not help but raise his eyebrows when he sensed the birth of the pure yang sword. He felt that the power of this sword was even greater than the sun god sword in the hands of his brother, Dijun. It was truly an incredible divine sword. Tung Wong Kung did not know that he was guarding a supreme treasure. At this moment, Dong Huang Tai could not help but have such a thought. In fact, he was not the only one. Even the other great divine abilities who saw the pure yang divine sword had the same thought. Tung Wong Kung did not regret his death. He could not even recognize the supreme treasure in his hands. There was no one else in the primordial world who could do this. It was enough to be recorded in history and admired by future generations. No one was a fool. When they saw the Queen Mother of the West coming to find trouble with Tung Wong Kung in anger and even joining forces with Tai, they gradually figured out what was going on. There was probably something wrong with the Tung Wong Kung in front of them. However, although they had discovered the problem, no one meddled in other people's business. After all, no one wanted to see Tung Wong Kung return. The title of the leader of the male immortals in the world had really offended too many people. It would be fine if he kept a low profile. Out of sight, out of mind. They would just pretend that he did not exist. However, he did not know that and insisted on claiming to be the leader of everyone. Even Jun was not as arrogant as him. If he did not die, who would? This was also the reason why no one helped when Tung Wang Kung was killed by Dong Wang Tai. He had made himself a loner. He had no friends. In fact, after seeing Tung Wang Kung summon the pure Yang Divine Sword, everyone could not help but feel that the Tung Wang Kung in front of them was more like the real Tung Wang Kung. The one from before was the fake one. He was peerless and talented. His entire body exuded a domineering aura. This demeanor was far from what the Tung Wang Kung in the past could compare to. The hidden sword had suffered billions of setbacks. Today, it revealed its sharpness. A majestic sword intent slashed out from the pure Yang Divine Sword's body. With an earth-shaking power, it directly defeated the Kunlun mirror. During the period when it transformed into the dragon-headed walking stick, the pure Yang Divine Sword did not do nothing. It was accumulating power and nurturing the sword. Why does your pure Yang Divine Sword have such an ability and can be called the #1 sword path in the primordial world? It was all thanks to the dragon-headed walking stick. It was like a sword sheath that had been nurturing the pure Yang Divine Sword. It was precisely because of the dragon-headed walking stick's nurturing for countless years that the pure Yang Divine Sword could display such sharpness today. If Tung Wang Kung had pulled out the pure Yang Divine Sword back then, it might not have had its sharpness today. Schwa, as the sword light danced, it created a scene of evenly matched strength between Tung Wang Kung and the Queen Mother of the West. But in fact, Tung Wang Kung was no match for the Queen Mother of the West. He was only at the early stage of the quasi-sage realm, while the Queen Mother of the West was at the half-step primordial chaos realm, infinitely close to the primordial chaos realm. The gap between them was not something that a pure Yang Divine Sword could make up for. Now, Tung Wang Kung was able to fight evenly with the Queen Mother of the West because of his last breath. When this breath was released, he would not be far from defeat. Chapter 770. The Queen Mother of the West clearly understood this. For this reason, she did not choose to fight head-on with Tung Wang Kung. Instead, she engaged in a tug-of-war with him. He was just waiting for Tung Wang Kung to vent his anger so that he could give him a fatal blow. In the blink of an eye, several moves had passed. At a certain moment, after Tung Wang Kung swung his sword, his aura suddenly began to drop. He could no longer maintain his previous combat strength. Seeing this, Shi Wangmu's eyes lit up. She raised the Kunlun mirror and shot out a vast and mighty beam of clear light, intending to suck Dong Wang Gong into the mirror. At the critical moment, a great hall descended from the sky and firmly protected Tung Wang Kung, blocking the attack for him. Demon Master Palace. The demon race's teaching treasure. It was Kunpeng, the demon emperor of the North Underworld, who saved Tung Wang Gong. Kunpeng, do you want to be a busybody? Seeing that the Demon Master Palace had stopped her, the Queen Mother of the West said with displeasure. When dealing with Patriarch Kunpeng, he was not as relaxed as when dealing with Patriarch Kunpeng. After all, the latter was far inferior to him, while the former was in existence on the same level as him. Fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West, poor Wei is here. You won't be able to touch fellow Taoist Dongwang. Old ancestor Kunpeng said to the Queen Mother of the West with a smile as he walked out of the void and stood beside Dong Wang Gong. Why, fellow Taoist, why are you siding with this thief who pretends to be brother Dong Wang Kong? Or does fellow Taoist know this thief? Shi Wangmu asked hatefully as she suppressed her anger. Fellow Taoist, you must be crazy. This fellow Taoist is Dong Wang Kong. How can you say that he's an imposter? Also, the poor Wei has formed an alliance with Tung Wang Kung. We can't just sit by and watch you attack her. Looking at the Queen Mother of the West, the Kunpeng Patriarch pretended to be puzzled and asked her. His expression was as if he really did not know that the Tung Wang Kung in front of him was fake. You, seeing this, how could the Queen Mother not know that the Kunpeng old ancestor was in cahoots with the fake Dong Wang Gong? Shi Wangmu was filled with hatred. She brought out the Kunlun mirror and attacked the Kunlun old ancestor. However, even though the Queen Mother of the West was fast, someone was faster than her. Kunpung brat, how dare you appear in front of me? You're courting death. Bell of Chaos, kill. Dong Wang Tai's voice was filled with murderous intent. Then, the Bell of Chaos flew across the sky and smashed through the layers of space, heading towards Ancestor Kunpung. In an instant, the power of the Bell of Chaos surged over and froze Patriarch Kunpung and Duke Dongwang in place. They could not move at all. Rumble. The Bell of Chaos came crashing down. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into chaos. That powerful force brought the threat of death to the two of them. However, they did not even have the strength to struggle. They could only watch as the Bell of Chaos crashed over. Break! At the critical moment, Goddess Hutu made her move. The projection of the 6 paths of reincarnation silently appeared, twisting space and throwing order into chaos. It slammed the Bell of Chaos to the side and saved the two of them. Hutu. Dongwang Tai was enraged when he saw this. He picked up the Bell of Primal Chaos and charged toward Goddess Hutu. Almost at the same time, the Kunlun mirror quietly arrived, shooting out rays of clear light that enveloped the two of them, wanting to swallow them up. Break! Patriarch Kunpung's body swayed and directly transformed into his original form. He looked like a Kun, but was not a Kun. He used his powerful divine ability to fight the Kunlun mirror head-on. Patriarch Kunpung walked the path of entering the Tao through divine abilities. His cultivation was all in his physical body and divine abilities. He was extremely powerful and was comparable to a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure. Although the Kunlun mirror was powerful, it could not do anything to Patriarch Kunpung. If he did not have some skills, how could he dare to call himself the North Sea Demon Emperor and compete for hegemony in the world? Just as Patriarch Kunpung was fighting with the Queen Mother of the West, in the 5th manor of Longevity Mountain, Zenyuanzi looked at Patriarch Kunpung's figure with a gloomy expression. At this moment, how could he not know that he had been used? Zenyuanzi, who had been blaming himself for secretly joining the saint behind Feng Zichen's back, no longer blamed himself. There was only endless anger in his heart. After being schemed against like this, even Zenyuanzi, who was a good person, could not help but have the intention to kill. Kill! He flipped his hand and took out the Earth Book. Zenyuanzi attacked Patriarch Kunpung through endless space. Rumble! Vast power surged from the void, emitting a vast and heavy aura. It attacked Patriarch Kunpung directly, wanting to kill him. At this moment, Patriarch Kunpung was fighting the Queen Mother of the West with all his strength. He had no energy left to block this attack. The timing of Zenyuanzi's attack was really too coincidental. It happened to be the critical moment when Patriarch Kunpung was fighting the Queen Mother of the West. He could not dodge at all. If this attack landed, even if Patriarch Kunpung did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. Kill! At the critical moment, 2 blood-red swords pierced through the void. Biting cold, murderous aura swept out and directly shattered Zenyuanzi's attack. Khanate Killing Sword, Yuan-Tu Avicii. Patriarch Nether River of the Blood Sea had arrived. However, he did not rush to the Purple Mansion State. Instead, he went to Longevity Mountain and blocked there alone, not letting Zenyuanzi attack. In front of Longevity Mountain, Patriarch Nether River stepped on the 12th grade Hellfire Red Lotus and bowed to Zenyuanzi. Fellow Taoist, long time no see. Patriarch Nether River stood there quietly. Although he did not do anything, he brought great pressure to Zenyuanzi. In the untainted world, Patriarch Nether River was the closest to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. This person could be called the first person below the primordial chaos. Facing Patriarch Nether River's greeting, Zenyuanzi did not return the greeting. He just looked at him coldly. The murderous intent in his heart kept rising. Zenyuanzi had a grudge against Patriarch Nether River. Patriarch Red Cloud died under Yuan-Tu Avicii's sword. As for why Zenyuanzi only sought revenge from Patriarch Kunpung and not Patriarch Nether River, that was naturally because Patriarch Nether River was stronger than Patriarch Kuenpung. Of course, revenge should be taken from the weakest one. If he cannot even kill the weak one, how could he kill the stronger one? Sigh. In front of Kunlun Mountain, Feng Zichen, who was confronting the three pure ones, could not help but sigh after seeing Xinyuanzi's choice. He really did not want to scheme against Xinyuanzi, but at this point, it was meaningless to say anything. If Xinyuanzi and he were allies, Patriarch Kunpeng would naturally not have the chance to appear. But once Xinyuanzi fell out with him, Patriarch Kunpeng would become Feng Zichen's means to balance Xinyuanzi. Feng Zichen was a cautious person. He did not trust anyone except himself. When cooperating with Xinyuanzi, of course, he had to keep a trump card in case he was stabbed in the back. Facts proved that Feng Zichen did not do anything wrong. It was right to keep a trump card. Xinyuanzi did stab him in the back. If Xinyuanzi did not stab him in the back, Feng Zichen's actions would be a little despicable. But there was no if in reality. If he was not a despicable person, he would be the unlucky one today. As for why Feng Zichen appeared in Kunlun Mountain, of course, it was to stop the three pure ones from going to Zifu Prefecture. At this point in the battle of Zifu Prefecture, the three pure ones still did not appear. This was all thanks to Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. Yes, Great Emperor Ziwei was also there. Of course, Feng Zichen alone could not stop the three pure ones. But with Great Emperor Ziwei, yes, it was still not enough. Because on Kunlun Mountain, other than the three pure ones, there were also two saints from the west. If the five saints worked together, they could easily defeat Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei, even if they did not hang them up and beat them up. However, this battle could not be fought, because the three pure ones were not ready to fight to the death. Once they killed Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei, the other great emperors in the Celestial Court, as well as Niuhua, who was high in the chaos, would not stand by and watch. At that time, an unimaginable chaotic battle would break out. The three pure ones did not know the outcome of the chaotic battle, but they knew that with the outbreak of the chaotic battle, the primordial world would definitely be gone. Destroying the primordial world was the last resort. It could not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. If the three pure ones could not see any hope of winning in the battle with Feng Zichen, then they would not hesitate. They would directly abandon the calamity of the world and destroy the primordial world. This was called flipping the table. If I can't beat you, I won't play anymore. Why were saints feared by others? It was because they had the ability to flip the table. If they could not beat you, they would destroy the world and rebuild the earth. In this way, the past would become clouds and smoke, returning to nothingness with the destruction of the world. At that time, the saints could start all over again. Saints experienced thousands of tribulations without being worn down. Heaven and earth were destroyed, but they were not destroyed. Sun and moon were destroyed, but they were not destroyed. Even if endless tribulations descended, it would be difficult to harm them. Such an existence was not afraid of the destruction of the world at all. When they could not see hope, they naturally did not mind destroying everything and starting all over again to create hope. But now, the three pure ones did not want to use such a method, because in their deduction, the current situation was particularly advantageous to them. Feng Zichen was walking into their trap step by step. Victory was right in front of them. With such a great advantage, how could the three pure ones destroy the world and start all over again? The three pure ones had the strength to destroy the world. Naturally, Feng Zichen, who was at the same level as them, also had the ability. However, the three pure ones could destroy the world, but Feng Zichen could not. There were not many disciples of the three pure ones. Therefore, if the calamity of the world broke out, they were fully capable of protecting their disciples. But there were really too many humans. With Feng Zichen's strength, even if all his doppelgangers attacked together, it was impossible to protect the entire human race in the calamity of the world. For this reason, Feng Zichen would not sit and watch the primordial world be destroyed. Even if the three pure ones wanted to destroy the world, he would do his best to stop them. Unknowingly, the human race had become Feng Zichen's greatest weakness. If he no longer cared about the human race, even the three pure ones would not dare to provoke him. A lone powerhouse was the scariest. That was because he did not have a weakness. Fellow Taoist, you're really scheming. It wasn't easy for me to rope in fellow Taoist Xinyuanzi to stand on the side of the human race. However, fellow Taoist, you managed to win him over with a simple gesture. Such methods really make one blush with shame. Looking at the Grand Pure One who was smiling silently, Feng Zichen gritted his teeth and said, he had been careless in reviving Ancestor Hong Yun. As a result, the three Pure Ones were one step ahead of him. Not only did they not rope him in, but they even stood on the opposite side of him. No, fellow Taoist Gauchen, you must be joking. In terms of scheming, how can the poor way compare to you? That Tung Wang Kung must be your handiwork, right? Looking at Feng Zichen, the Grand Pure One gritted his teeth and said, from his words, it was obvious that he had sensed Dong Wang Gong's identity. Feng Zichen was not surprised by that. No one was a fool. Feng Zichen had already made it so obvious. He had tried his best to protect Dong Wang Gong. Naturally, they could tell that the relationship between Dong Wang Gong and Feng Zichen was not ordinary. Even if it was not his clone, it had something to do with him. In fact, over the years, it was not that no one had suspected the relationship between Great Emperor Ziwei and Feng Zichen. They felt that the two of them should be the same person. However, that thought was immediately thrown to the back of everyone's minds. Thinking about it, they felt that it was impossible. If the two of them were really the same person, wouldn't that mean that all the experts in the entire primordial world were being played in the palm of their hands? That was too exaggerated. It was obviously out of line with reality. How could there be such a powerful existence in the primordial world? The real answer was too ridiculous. Even if everyone thought of it, they would not choose to believe it. In fact, even if they found evidence that the two of them might be the same person, everyone would automatically think that this was deliberately done by Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. They deliberately led everyone to investigate their identities so that they could distract everyone's attention. Just as Feng Zichen and the three Pure Ones were confronting each other, the chaotic battle in the Zifu Prefecture was coming to an end. Dong Wang Gong found an opportunity and disappeared from the Zifu Prefecture. As the protagonist, Dong Wang Gong, had left, so there was no need for this battle to continue. After everyone stopped fighting, they left one after another. However, even though he had left, his hatred remained. This matter was far from over. Fellow Taoist, farewell. After the battle in the Zifu Prefecture came to an end, Feng Zichen directly bid farewell to the three Pure Ones and turned around to return to the human race. Just now, Feng Zichen sensed that the divine city of the human race had been completed. It was time for him to complete the last step. With a thought, Feng Zichen returned to the human race. Under his gaze, in the human territory, 365 giant cities that were like ancient divine mountains stood majestically, emitting a shocking power. This was the most solid fortress of the human race in the future, protecting the people of the human race. In order to build these 365 divine cities, the foundation of the human race was almost squeezed dry. Zhouxing was their foundation, and they were located on the nodes of the earth veins. They were built with the power of incense and were combined with various natural treasures. They were all top-notch postnatal treasures. After returning to the ancestral land of the human race, Feng Zichen looked at the unfamiliar city walls around him. His heart was filled with shock. This was the Emperor's city, also known as Ziwei City. It was a divine city built with the Emperor's palace, Ziwei Temple, as its foundation. It was the leader of all the divine cities and also the imperial capital of the human race. Stepping into the Emperor's palace, Feng Zichen emptied his mind and gradually connected with the Ziwei star. Immediately, the Ziwei star sensed it and cast down a ray of starlight. First, it shone on the Emperor's palace, then extended outwards. Soon, it enveloped the entire Emperor's city. Rumble. At this moment, under the illumination of the Ziwei star, the Emperor's palace seemed to have come alive. It emitted a supreme majesty, causing the void in all directions to tremble. Chapter 771. At the same time, the rest of the Zhoshing also shone their starlight onto their respective cities. For a time, the entire human territory was shrouded in starlight. It was as if it was covered with a layer of silver gauze. It was a beautiful sight. Galactic cosmic light formation rise. In the boundless starry sky, great Emperor Ziwei waved his hand. Instantly, the Zhoshing shook and formed the galactic cosmic light formation. Boom! In the depths of the void where no one could see, the Pangu Celestial stood majestically, exuding a domineering aura. Rumble! The human divine city was in the process of interacting with the Zhoshing. It immediately sensed the changes in the Zhoshing and changed accordingly. Suddenly, another galactic cosmic light formation formed on the ground. Similarly, a majestic Pangu Celestial stood majestically, suppressing the primitive lands. It faced the Pangu Celestial in the starry sky from afar. The two celestial Pangu Celestials looked the same, but in reality, they were different. The Pangu Celestial in the boundless starry sky was completely formed by the starlight of the heavenly cycle. However, the Pangu Celestial on the ground was different. Apart from the starlight, it was also formed by the chi of the Earth's origin. To put it more accurately, the Pangu Celestial in the sky was more like the Pangu primordial spirit. On the other hand, the Pangu Celestial on the ground was more like the Pangu primordial spirit. One was the primordial spirit, and the other was the body. The two combined to form the invincible Pangu Celestial body. Combined with a thought, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei made their moves at the same time. They each controlled the Pangu Celestial in their control and rushed towards each other. The Pangu Celestial in the starry sky walked out of the starry sky and rushed towards the primitive lands. The Pangu Celestial on the ground left the ground and rushed towards the starry sky. The two met at the boundary between the heavens and the earth and gradually merged into one. It did not cause any commotion, nor did it cause any strange phenomenon. The fusion of the two was unusually smooth, and very soon, they were completely fused into one. The reborn god Pangu was no different from before. However, in Feng Zichen's perception, he was undoubtedly stronger. He had truly stepped into the realm of the Wuji Daluo Jinxian and was the strongest in the untainted land. Rumble! The fusion of the two Pangu deities brought great changes to the boundless starry sky and the human race's god city. More starlight fell from the boundless starry sky, emitting a mysterious power. It fell into the divine city of the human clan and turned into a shadow of Zhoshing. That was the origin of Zhoshing. Only when the power of the origin was present could the shadow of the stars be formed. Rumble! The earth was shaking. The majestic and heavy power of the ley lines, mixed with the origin of the earth, gushed out from the ground and gradually merged with the shadow of the stars floating in the sky. With the help of the origin of the earth, the shadow of Zhoshing suddenly became more solid and emitted a powerful aura. However, in Feng Zichen's opinion, this was not enough. He emptied his mind and gradually merged with the Pangu Celestial and controlled his body. Hiss! So powerful! Although it was not the first time that he controlled the body of the Pangu Celestial, Feng Zichen was greatly shocked every time he felt the unparalleled power in his body. This was the power that he was pursuing. Immersed in the power of the Pangu Celestial, Feng Zichen gradually moved. Vast and unpredictable power gushed out from the body of the Pangu Celestial and surpassed the limits of the primitive lands. It came to the chaos beyond the heavens, and even the chaos beyond the world. Merge! Once again, Feng Zichen controlled the Pangu Celestial and merged with the Pangu Celestial that stood above the primitive lands, trying to use his power. The Pangu Celestial was the celestial phenomenon that Feng Zichen condensed with the power of the boundless starry sky and the power of the entire primitive lands. It had unimaginable power. It was really unimaginable, because even Feng Zichen did not know how strong his power was. This Pangu, celestial phenomenon, could be said to be Feng Zichen's biggest trump card, but he had never used it before. This was the first time that he used this power. Rumble. Under the control of Feng Zichen, the power of the Pangu, celestial, gradually came into contact with the Pangu, celestial phenomenon, and merged into his body. In an instant, Feng Zichen felt a supreme power rush into his mind and almost made him explode. Oh no, this power is too strong. With my current realm, I can't bear it at all. In Feng Zichen's perception, this power was really too strong. It was at least the power of the Wuji Daluo Jinxian. It could even be said that it had surpassed the realm of the Wuji Daluo Jinxian. In short, with Feng Zichen's current realm, he could not bear this power for long. If he controlled this power for a long time, Feng Zichen would gradually be assimilated and become a part of this power, completely losing himself. This power was so strong that Feng Zichen could not understand it. It could drown his mind at any time. Move. Knowing that he could not control this power for too long, Feng Zichen seized the time and used all his strength to move the Pangu celestial phenomenon. Rumble. With Feng Zichen's efforts, the Pangu celestial phenomenon moved and suddenly opened its eyes. Suddenly, an indescribable power spread out. The unknown world that no one could detect collapsed under this power. All conceptual existences were destroyed and disappeared, completely turning into a state of nothingness. Boom! A power that Feng Zichen could not understand gushed out of the Pangu celestial phenomenon's body and rushed to the outside world. Soon, it rushed out of the untainted world and into the great chaos. With a boom, this power swept through the chaos, stirring up the boundless chaos chi and forming a vast chaos tide. In the great chaos, wherever the power swept through, it was clearly reflected in Feng Zichen's mind. Then, he saw the treasure hidden in the chaos. It was a treasure condensed from countless chaos chi, the divine stone of chaos. Such a treasure was the best material in the untainted world to forge a connate spiritual treasure. There was no need to use the cauldron of heaven and earth or use the origin of innate fiend gods. It could be used directly to forge a connate spiritual treasure. The connate was one level higher than the acquired. Similarly, the chaos was one level higher than the connate. Connate materials could only be used to forge connate spiritual treasures, while chaos materials could be used to forge connate spiritual treasures. If the top chaos materials, such as the origin of chaos and divine stones of the great Tao, could be used to forge connate spiritual treasures or even chaos spiritual treasures, the untainted world had an upper limit, but the chaos did not. Here, even the great Tao could be achieved, not to mention forging connate spiritual treasures. Collect. After marking the divine stones of chaos he found, Feng Zichen suddenly activated the power of the Pangu, celestial phenomenon, and collected all the divine stones of chaos. Rumble. With the power of the Pangu celestial phenomenon, the divine stones of chaos carried a large amount of chaos chi and quickly passed through the barrier of heaven and earth, arriving in front of Feng Zichen. However, no one in the Eldritch world was aware of this. Not to mention Tao ancestor Hongjun. Even the heavenly way was the same. The power of the Pangu celestial phenomenon was obvious. There were not many divine stones of chaos, only 9 in total, but they were incomparably huge like 9 immemorial divine mountains. They towered in front of Feng Zichen, giving people a visual shock. As expected of a treasure nurtured by the chaos, it was very in line with the characteristics of the chaos. It was huge, unimaginably huge. Anything nurtured by the chaos outside the outer world, regardless of whether it was a person or an object, was extremely huge. Chaos demon gods were like this, chaos spiritual treasures were like this, and chaos divine materials were even more so. After obtaining the 9 divine stones of chaos, Feng Zichen's mind suddenly retreated from the body of the Pangu celestial phenomenon and returned to the body of the Pangu celestial being. The power of the Pangu celestial being was really too strong. After only using it for a moment, Feng Zichen was about to be assimilated by it. At that moment, naturally, he hurriedly retreated, not daring to continue to come into contact with this power. However, Feng Zichen was pleasantly surprised by what he had gained in that short period of time. If these 9 divine stones of chaos were carefully refined, they could definitely be refined into 9 supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasures. However, this was not what Feng Zichen wanted. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly activated the power of the Pangu celestial being. He took out the flame of chaos and burned it towards the divine stones of chaos, wanting to melt them and refine their origin. When the Pangu celestial being activated the flame of chaos, a power that belonged to time and space spread out from his body, acting on the surroundings and slowing down time infinitely. The time needed to refine the divine stones of chaos was really too long, and Feng Zichen did not have so much time at all. Therefore, he tried his best to activate the way of time and space, stopping his own time. In this way, no matter how much time he spent refining the divine stones of chaos here, only a moment had passed in the outside world. Just when Feng Zichen was refining the divine stones of chaos in the great chaos outside the realm, there was a great uproar because he activated the power of the Pangu celestial being. The demon gods of chaos hidden in the chaos woke up from their deep sleep and looked in the direction of the untainted land in surprise and doubt. The way of heaven could not perceive the aura of Pangu because it came from Pangu. Therefore, Feng Zichen could easily deceive him by using the power of the Pangu celestial being. However, the demon gods of chaos were different. They were all enemies of the Pangu celestial being, so they were naturally very sensitive to his power. Therefore, the appearance of the Pangu celestial being alarmed them. Was it the Pangu celestial being who attacked just now? Did he wake up from his deep sleep? Looking in the direction where the power of the Pangu celestial being disappeared, a demon god of chaos murmured. At this time, there was not only fear in his eyes, but also endless fighting spirit. The fire of hatred burned in his heart, bringing him great power. The demon gods of chaos outside the realm were the real demon gods of chaos. Compared to them, the demon gods of chaos in the realm C could be called disabled. Being able to survive the attack of the Pangu celestial being, there was no doubt that they were powerful. They really stood at the peak of the demon gods of chaos, second only to the Pangu celestial being. Therefore, not only were they not afraid of the Pangu celestial being, but they were full of anger and wanted to take revenge on the Pangu celestial being. If it were not for the fact that they had not recovered from their injuries, they would have attacked the untainted land with all their strength instead of probing. Since their strength had not recovered, they did not dare to set foot in the untainted land easily, for fear that they would be killed by the backup left by the Pangu celestial being. I don't think so. I don't sense the aura of the Pangu celestial being. Someone must have used some unknown method to borrow the power of the Pangu celestial being. However, that person is not simple to be able to exert the power of the Pangu celestial being to such an extent. I'm afraid that no one in the untainted land can surpass him. Another demon god of chaos said. His words also attracted the agreement of another demon god of chaos. That's true. This power is really too strong. It has reached the level of chaos. There are capable people in the untainted land. We can't let the untainted land continue to grow. If the untainted land really gives birth to a chaos-level master, we will be in a passive position. The stronger the untainted land is, the more likely it is for the Pangu celestial being to wake up, and the more unfavorable it is for us. Before we are fully prepared, the Pangu celestial being must not wake up. Inform the Taoists in the untainted land to find an opportunity to destroy the untainted land and reset the earth, fire, water, and wind, so as to weaken the power of the untainted land and delay the time when the Pangu, celestial being, to wake up. Several demon gods of chaos communicated and made a plan to deal with the untainted land, destroy the heaven and earth, rebuild the universe, and weaken the origin of the heaven and earth. However, Feng Zichen celestial beings of the untainted land and many great mediums knew nothing about it. Now, all their thoughts were focused on scheming against their enemies, so as to dominate the general trend in the future. They had never thought that there would be foreign enemies taking advantage of the opportunity to invade. The demon gods of chaos had been silent for so long that the world had forgotten their existence. After an unknown period of time, Feng Zichen finally finished refining the 9 divine stones of chaos. 9 huge masses of origin of chaos floated around him, emitting mysterious power. This was good stuff. If all these masses of origin of chaos were instilled into a person, as long as that person could not withstand it and did not die, he would immediately obtain the power comparable to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. But this was just a thought. With the tyranny of the origin of chaos, even the body of an ancestral wizard might not be able to withstand the 9 masses of power, let alone others. Break. With a thought, Feng Zichen celestial being secretly exerted his strength. The 9 masses of origin of chaos were shaken into 365 parts on average, which corresponded to the 365 divine cities of the human clan. Go. With a wave of his sleeve, the 365 masses of origin of chaos fell into the divine cities of the human clan and merged with the shadow of Zhouxing. In an instant, a wonderful change took place. The silhouettes of the stars in the sky twisted and distorted continuously, bursting forth with mysterious connate spiritual light. After a while, all the innate spiritual light converged, and the change of the shadow of Zhouxing also came to an end. At this moment, their appearance had changed greatly. They were no longer the images of stars, and they transformed into numerous small seals that emanated a profound glow of the Tao. Chapter 772. These seals were all top connate magic treasures with 9 connate divine prohibitions. They were only a little bit away from being promoted to inferior grade connate spiritual treasures. They were the center of the divine city and represented the highest power. As long as they were controlled, they could mobilize all the power of the divine city. The holder of this seal was the lord of the divine city. In the future, these seals could also be called official seals. This was a symbol of power. It's still not enough. Looking at the seals that were only connate magic treasures, Feng Zichen could not help but show some disappointment in his eyes. According to his expectations, these seals should at least be connate spiritual treasures. Naturally, he was not satisfied with connate magic treasures. There was still too little time, so Feng Zichen was not prepared enough to refine these seals into connate spiritual treasures. However, it was better than nothing. The top connate magic treasures were already very good. They were not far from being promoted to inferior grade connate spiritual treasures. As long as they were given time to grow, they might be able to go one step further. Moreover, in Feng Zichen's opinion, the divine city of the human clan in front of him was far from perfect. The current divine city of the human clan was only a half-finished product. In Feng Zichen's vision, in addition to these connate magic treasures, there should be a Daluo Taoist priest connate ferocious beast suppressed in each divine city of the human clan. With the ferocious beast as the core, it would be the energy source to drive the divine city, maintain the operation of the formation, and harmonize the spirit chi of heaven and earth. In this way, the power of the divine city could be maximized. Even if the Daluo Taoist priests came, they would not be able to break into such a divine city of the human clan. In other words, each divine city of the human clan was equivalent to a Daluo Taoist priests. 365 divine cities were 365 Daluo Jinxian. Moreover, according to Feng Zichen's plan, The two most powerful divine cities that represented the Sun Star and the Moon Star were not suppressed by the Daluo Taoist priests, but by powerful divine powers. Of course, it would be best if he could suppress two half-step primordial chaos existences. As for the strongest divine city of the human race, which corresponded to the Emperor's city of the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen planned to capture a primordial chaos existence and completely seal it in the city, making it the core of the Emperor city. This was using primordial Daluo Jingxian as a perpetual motion machine. Needless to say, the immortal and indestructible primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was quite like a perpetual motion machine. Moreover, it was a super powerful perpetual motion machine. If Feng Zichen could really achieve this, then the human race would really be able to survive for eternity. This idea sounded very bold, but in reality, it was more like an impossible thing. Primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, what kind of expert was he? It almost stood at the peak of the primordial world and existed with the Tao. Killing the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was already an extremely difficult task, let alone capturing him alive and making him into an energy extractor. This was unrealistic and impossible. How could such a tragic encounter happen to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian? If there was really no hope, wouldn't the primordial chaos Tao master self-destruct? If he was killed, there was still a chance for him to be resurrected. If he was suppressed, there would be a day when he would be released. However, if he was reduced to an energy extractor and became a perpetual motion machine, then his life would really be hopeless. He would completely become a tool and lose all his dignity as an expert. No primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian could bear such humiliation. If he was really reduced to such a state, he would definitely use extreme means. Either the enemy died, or he died. He would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Therefore, Feng Zichen could only think about this idea. It was simply impossible to succeed. However, who was Feng Zichen? He never did things that he wasn't sure of. Since he thought so, it meant that he already had an idea in his heart. Feng Zichen might be able to kill an ordinary primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian if he tried his best. However, it was absolutely impossible to capture him alive. However, did he need an ordinary primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian? Obviously not. What Feng Zichen needed, or rather, what the human race needed, was an existence whose strength had reached the primordial chaos level, not a real primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. As long as the strength was there, it was enough. As for the realm, it was completely unnecessary. After all, what the human race needed was only the strength of the primordial chaos level. The realm could not be taken away, and it was not beneficial to the human race. Then what was the use of it? A real primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was not easy to deal with. However, a powerful expert with the combat strength of a primordial chaos was easier to deal with. Right now, there was a ready-made one. That was the reincarnated human race's ancestor Hong Yun, or the reincarnated human race's Dong Wanggong. Both of them had this possibility. Right now, not to mention having the combat strength of a primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, they were not even Daluo Taoist priests. Such strength was far from Feng Zichen's requirements. However, it was not possible now, but it did not mean that it would not be possible in the future. Weren't these two people competing for the position of the human emperor with the support of the saints? Then let them fight it out. When one of them became the human emperor with the support of the human race's destiny, they would be able to step into the primordial chaos realm in an instant. The moment they stepped into the primordial chaos realm, it would be the time for Feng Zichen to make his move. First, he would use his absolute control over the human race to forcefully seize control of the human race's destiny. Then, he would use the human race to counter him and make him unable to move. Then, he would use his supreme strength to seal him into the human emperor's city and become the human race's greatest foundation, so that he could bring endless fortune to the human race. Since he had become the human race's destiny, he was destined to be countered by the human race's destiny. This was the drawback of using the power of destiny to increase his strength. Feng Zichen had been in charge of the human race all these years. He was not here to play. The human race had long been impregnable by him, especially after 20% of the human race's destiny had been snatched away by the Grand Pure One. He was even more concerned about the human race's destiny. Now, even if the human race's destiny had been snatched away, as long as he wanted, he could still snatch it back. There was no other reason other than that he was Feng Zichen, the only Saint Emperor of the human race. With his supreme achievements, he had created an indelible influence in the human race. This was his greatest reliance in controlling the human race. It was the recognition of the human race, not the recognition of a world. Feng Zichen's position in the human race was unshakable. Nuwa could not, Swearin could not, and even the human emperor could not. The saint wanted to support a human emperor to shake Feng Zichen's rule. Their thoughts were not wrong, but they had underestimated Feng Zichen's influence on the human race. As long as Feng Zichen was determined not to agree, no matter how outstanding Ancestor Hong Yun and Dong Wanggong's performance was, they would not be able to become the human emperor. He had the right. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Feng Zichen could strip the human race's destiny from them. However, the price of doing so was too great. Even Feng Zichen could not bear it. The human emperor supported by the saint could only become Feng Zichen's tool in the end. As the human emperor, he had to contribute to the human race. Becoming a perpetual motion machine was their greatest contribution to the human race. Feng Zichen had already thought of the reason. During the calamity, in order to protect the human race, the human emperor was willing to sacrifice himself and join the human emperor city to maintain the operation of the formation and help the human race survive the calamity. What a touching scene. This should be the best destination for those fake human emperors. If Feng Zichen's plan really succeeded, the human race would really be invincible in the Eldritch world. A city at the primordial chaos level, supported by 2 cities at the half-step primordial chaos level and 362 cities at the level of Daluo Taoist priests. When such a powerful force was combined, the power of the galaxy cosmic light formation was comparable to that of a saint. At that time, even if a saint wanted to destroy the Eldritch world, he would not be able to break through the defense of the human race's territory. Even a saint could not break through the defense of the human race, let alone others. It was not an exaggeration to call it the strongest defense of the Eldritch world. However, Feng Zichen could still find 1 or 2 half-step primordial chaos experts with the combat strength of a primordial chaos level and 2 half-step primordial chaos experts if he worked hard. However, 362 Daluo Taoist priests were not something that Feng Zichen could find just by working hard. Such a large number of Daluo Taoist priests was not a small number in any era. Not to mention in this era where the world was withering. To be honest, the difficulty of capturing 362 Daluo Taoist priests was even greater than the difficulty of capturing half-step primordial chaos experts. Moreover, the origin of these Daluo Taoist priests was best if they were from the beast race. Although Khanate beasts were powerful, they did not have intelligence. This was the best choice as a perpetual motion machine. If it were the demon race, the devil race, or the evil race, sealing them in the human race's divine city would not be an opportunity, but a landmine. In this world, there is no seal that could not be broken. If one day, the seal of the human race's divine city was broken and the suppressed Taoist priests inside escaped, who knew how much trouble it would cause for the human race? The strongest defense often began to collapse from the inside. Once the suppressed Khanate Taoist priests inside escaped, the human race was bound to usher in a catastrophe. Internal troubles and external troubles. It was enough to shake the foundation of the human race. If the Khanate beasts were sealed in the human race's divine city, there would not be so much trouble. Given the Khanate beast's fear of Pangu, Feng Zichen could definitely seal them tightly. Moreover, even if they were released, Feng Zichen was confident that they would choose to escape as soon as they broke out of the seal instead of destroying the human race. Without intelligence, they were really easy to bully. As long as he found something that made them feel awe from the bottom of their souls, even if he could not command them, he could make them fear him like a tiger and not dare to approach him. He remembered that Feng Zichen still had a demon god banner in his hands. This was a treasure to deal with Khanate beasts. Once this banner was out, they would definitely not dare to approach the human race's territory. Sigh. No matter how one looked at it, the Khanate beasts were perfect and could be called natural treasures. However, because the Khanate beasts were too perfect, this race was repeatedly cut off by Feng Zichen until they were almost extinct. The leek's roots were hurt, and it did not grow. In the current untainted land, the Khanate beasts were almost extinct. Only in the Western land, there were still some, but they did not meet Feng Zichen's requirements. TSK Tisk. If I had known that I would use the Khanate beasts, I would have raised them in private. Thinking of the current situation of the Khanate beasts, Feng Zichen could not help but regret it. He knew that the Khanate beasts were full of treasures. Why didn't he raise them back then? He would not be at his wit's end now. Sigh. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. Feng Zichen had no choice but to look at the Realm Sea. It was such a big Realm Sea, and it was the headquarters of the Chaos Demon God. It should not be difficult to gather 362 Khanate beasts at the level of Taoist priests. If the Realm Sea didn't work, then Feng Zichen had no other choice. As long as he set his eyes on the demon deity, he would use the demon deity as a substitute for the Realm Sea. Later, when he gathered all the primordial ominous beasts, he would change. With such a big demon race, even if it was declining now, it would not be too difficult to gather 362 demon gods. However, this matter could not be rushed. Otherwise, if Dong Wangtai was angered, he would destroy everything. That would be troublesome. More than 300 demon gods would die at once. Not to mention Dong Wangtai, even Feng Zichen would be furious. With an idea in mind, Feng Zichen began to think about how to carry out this plan. After thinking about it, he first informed the 10,000 Realms trading city to pay special attention to the news of the Khanate beasts and see how many they could gather. If they could gather 362 Taoist priests, then it would be a happy ending. If they could not, then sorry, the gap could only be filled with the demon race. However many they lacked, they would fill in the gap. Feng Zichen, it's too difficult for me. Limited. JPG, the matter of the Khanate beasts could wait, but the matter of the human emperor could not wait. Ancestor Heng Yun and Dong Wanggong were competing for the position of the human emperor, right? Then Feng Zichen would give them a chance. Feng Zichen's heart skipped a beat. Apart from the Imperial Jade Seal of Runhuang City, the other 364 seals that represented the highest authority in the divine city of the human race suddenly rose high into the air. They hung in the air above the divine city and shone brightly. At the same time, the fate of the human race trembled and appeared from the river of fate. It supported the seals and made them shine even brighter. In an instant, the dazzling Tao light lit up the entire human race territory. At this moment, as long as the living beings of the human race raised their heads, they could see the seals that were hanging in the air and shining brightly. The imperial seal of the divine city could be obtained to control the divine city and be on par with the Daluo Taoist priests. If one could gather 365 imperial seals, he could control the entire divine city and be supported by the fate of the human race. He would be qualified to become the human emperor. Suddenly, a message appeared in the hearts of the human race, allowing them to know the function of the imperial seal. Suddenly, the entire human race was in an uproar. Treasure, a real treasure. If one could obtain the imperial seal, he would be on par with the Daluo Taoist priests. Wouldn't that be godly? In an instant, their eyes turned red as they looked at the imperial seal. They were even more excited than when they learned that they had killed the demons. The function of the imperial seal was much better than killing the demons. Moreover, after obtaining the imperial seal, would they still be afraid of not being able to kill the demons? That was the Daluo Taoist priests, who was almost invincible on Earth. He could probably kill a large number of demons with just a move. Chapter 773. In that case, wouldn't it be a huge gain? With the Imperial Jade Seal in hand, it was equivalent to getting double the benefits. Who wouldn't be excited? If it weren't for the fact that they didn't understand the situation, everyone would have rushed forward to fight for the Imperial Jade Seal. In the eyes of the ordinary humans, the Daluo Taoist priests were already the peak. The position of the Emperor was too far away from them. Therefore, their eyes were always on the Imperial Jade Seal. However, for some people, the Daluo Taoist priests were far from enough to satisfy their ambitions. They wanted more. Therefore, they set their sights on the position of the Emperor. The Emperor was the highest karmic position in the world. Only such a position could be worthy of their identities. Ancestor Red Cloud, who had reincarnated into the human race, and Dong Wang Kung thought so. Especially Dong Wang Kung. He was determined to get the position of the Emperor, because he couldn't afford to fail again. If he failed again, he would have nothing. No, the current him already had nothing. Even his identity had been replaced by someone else. Becoming the Emperor was Dong Wang Kung's only chance to turn things around. If he succeeded, he would be the Supreme Emperor, and he might be able to take back his identity. If he failed, he would be doomed eternally. Dong Wang Kung, who had nothing, would give his all in this battle for the position of the Emperor. He had nothing to lose. He could really do whatever he wanted. Compared to Dong Wang Kung, Ancestor Red Cloud was much calmer, because he had nothing to fear. In order to repay the karma, the two Western sages would definitely do their best to push him to the position of the Emperor. Moreover, even if he failed, he still had the Hongmeng Purple Chi. As long as the opportunity came, he could become a sage. Wasn't a sage better than the Emperor? Although Ancestor Red Cloud didn't know what the opportunity was for him to become a sage. However, this didn't stop him from showing no pressure. He was someone who had the foundation of a sage. He was different from others. The Imperial Jade Seal of the Divine City has appeared, and those who are fated will be able to obtain it. Feng Zichen's ethereal voice drifted out from his mouth, clearly falling into the ears of every living being. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. They all used their divine abilities to grab the Imperial Jade Seal, floating in the air. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying divine aura bloomed from Yushi's body, shattering all the divine abilities that surged toward him. Then, Yushi retracted the fluctuations on his body, turned into a stream of light, and fled into the distance. Chase! When everyone saw this, they also turned into streaks of light and chased after the Imperial Jade Seal that had disappeared. At the same time, Feng Zichen suddenly released the seal. The information about the extraterrestrial demons flooded everyone's minds in an instant. This allowed them to see what kind of people the extraterrestrial devils were hiding among the human race. At a certain moment, a figure who was chasing after the Imperial Jade Seal suddenly noticed that a fellow cultivator beside him was surrounded by layers of blood-red light. Extraterrestrial devil. After being stunned for a while, the man immediately understood that the bloody light around his body was the symbol of an extraterrestrial demon. Kill! Almost without any hesitation, the man activated his magic treasure and attacked the extraterrestrial demon with all his might. The extraterrestrial demon was naturally the reincarnation of an ancient expert. As Feng Zichen released the seal, all the humans had the ability to recognize the extraterrestrial demon. Therefore, this scene was seen by everyone in the human race. In the blink of an eye, several reincarnations of ancient powerhouses were killed by the sneak attacks of the human experts. Of course, there were also reincarnations of ancient experts who were killed by the human race. Naturally, there were also human experts who were killed by the ancient experts. However, because the human experts took advantage of the element of surprise, there were fewer casualties. As for the reincarnations of ancient experts, because they lost the advantage, there were more casualties. Moreover, when the reincarnations of ancient experts died, they were really dead. Their flesh and true spirit were completely shattered and turned into the purest origin, which was then devoured by the new divine world. After the death of a human expert, his true spirit did not dissipate and his soul was not destroyed. He was guided by the blood, altar, and resurrected in the bright hall of the human race. This resurrection was unlimited. In other words, no matter how many times a human expert died, he could be resurrected. However, this did not mean that there was no price to pay for this resurrection. Every time he was resurrected, his realm would drop by one level. It was just like losing experience when you died in a game. If there was no such restriction, the human experts would definitely not take their lives seriously when they realized that they could not die. They would use their lives to kill the reincarnations of ancient experts. There was no doubt that they would do such a thing. In this way, without the threat of death, Feng Zichen's so-called experience was completely useless. Then he might as well do it himself and kill these reincarnations of ancient experts with a slap. There was no need to spend so much effort to design that. Sigh. Kill. How can a young man achieve true growth without bloodshed? Feng Zichen said faintly as he looked at the human clan's territory that was in conflict. With the 9 provinces barrier, no matter how fierce these cultivators fought, they would not be able to hurt the mortals at all. Naturally, he was not worried about causing trouble. As for those cultivators, they would not really die, so there was no need to worry about them. However, perhaps to these cultivators, the drop in their realm might be more uncomfortable than killing them. After all, no one wanted to see the strength that they had painstakingly cultivated turn into flowing water and vanish into thin air. In order to preserve their realm, they would work hard to survive. After all, this was reality, not a game. Cultivation wasn't the same as experience. If it really fell, it would not be an easy task to cultivate it back. If he accidentally bumped into a barrier in his knowledge, then he would be a fool. Just as the human race started a great war, the boundless starry sky was not calm. After leaving the Zifu state of the East Sea, Dongwang Gong, Feng Zichen's incarnation, did not go to the North Sea with Patriarch Kunpeng, nor did he go to the Netherworld with Goddess Hutu. Instead, he went to the boundless starry sky with Great Emperor Ziwei. However, Great Emperor Ziwei's destination was the Ziwei Star. Dongwang Gong's destination was the Sun Star. The Zifu state had been destroyed. It would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. It would take a long time to slowly change. If Dongwang Gong wanted to recover his strength quickly, it was obviously impossible to stay in the Zifu state. Therefore, he set his eyes on the Sun Star. Although the names were different, their essence was the same. They were both the embodiment of the path of Yang in heaven and earth. Therefore, if Dongwang Gong wanted to recover his strength, the Sun Star was his best choice. Moreover, as an innate saint born from the path of innate Yang, Dongwang Gong was also qualified to become the Sun Star Master. Now, the Sun Star's master happened to be Great Emperor Ziwei. In other words, Dongwang Gong could take this opportunity to refine the Sun Star and become the new Sun Star Master. If he controlled the Sun Star, Dongwang Gong's position would undoubtedly become more stable. Moreover, in this way, he would have the confidence to fight against Dongwang Tai. At the same time, he could also guard against Di Juntai's comeback and regain control of the Sun Star. The Sun Star had always been the focus of Feng Zichen's attention. There was no other reason than that it was the birthplace of Di Juntai. Who knew what kind of backup plans the two of them had left in it? Even though Feng Zichen had searched the Sun Star over and over again, he was still not completely relieved. Why had the innate Fusang tree never appeared in the untainted world? It was because Feng Zichen was worried about the Sun Star that he had always let it guard it to prevent any accidents from happening. Originally, Feng Zichen thought that with the innate Fusang tree guarding the Sun Star, it would be foolproof. However, with the activation of Di Jun's backup plan, Feng Zichen was not so confident. Good Lord, in the untainted world, right under the nose of the saints, where the demon race's forces were the weakest, Di Jun could leave a backup plan that no one could discover. Then, did he really not leave anything behind on the Sun Star, which was his headquarters? Yes, over the years, Feng Zichen and the innate Fusang tree did not discover any problems on the Sun Star. However, just because they did not discover any problems did not mean that there were no problems on the Sun Star. Before the backup plan left behind by Jun was activated, the Saints did not expect that there would be any problems there. Therefore, it was better to be more cautious and let Dongwon Gong's clone guard the Sun Star. One more person meant one more force and one more layer of insurance. In that case, only then could the threat be minimized. As soon as the two of them arrived at the boundless starry sky, Great Emperor Zhui transferred the authority of the Sun Star to Dongwon Gong. In an instant, Dongwon Gong felt that there was an additional connection between him and the Sun Star. It was as if he could mobilize the infinite power on the Sun Star with just a thought. Thinking of this, Dongwon Gong took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. He arrived at the core of the Sun Star, the Sun God Temple. This was a magic treasure nurtured by the origin of the Sun Star. It was the place where Jun had lived. It contained 32 innate divine seals. It was an innate divine seal and ranked among the high grade. At the same time, this was also the core of the Sun Star. Greetings, fellow Taoist Fusang. After arriving here, Dongwon Gong greeted the innate Fusang tree that was in seclusion. You're Dongwon Gong? No, this aura is not right. This is the power of the Sun God. You are Great Emperor Zhui, but your appearance. Looking at Dongwon Gong, who suddenly appeared, the innate Fusang tree's face was filled with shock. He was too surprised. The person in front of him, whether it was his appearance, aura, or divine soul, was exactly the same as Dongwon Gong. If it had not sensed the authority of the Sun Star from this person, the innate Fusang tree would have thought that Dongwon Gong had come back to life. Unfortunately, this was impossible. Ever since Jun had fallen, the authority of the Sun Star had fallen into the hands of Great Emperor Zhui. He regarded it as his exclusive property, and outsiders could not spy on it at all. This person in front of him actually came with the authority of the Sun Star. Then, there was no doubt that he was Great Emperor Zhui. However, it did not know why Great Emperor Zhui had transformed into Dongwon Gong's appearance. This was puzzling. Puzzled, the innate Fusang tree could not help but ask, "Fellow Taoist Siwei, what are you doing?" Dongwon Gong smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Fusang, from now on, just call me Poor Wei Dongwon Gong. The real Dongwon Gong is no longer here. Poor Wei is the new Dongwon Gong." Hearing this, the innate Fusang tree's heart trembled. He understood what Feng Zichen meant. Feng Zichen had completely replaced Tong Wang Kung and taken everything away from him. He did not know how Dongwon Gong had provoked this malefic star to be targeted by him. With this thought in mind, the innate Fusang tree silently opened a path for Dongwon Gong to pass through. Dongwon Gong's purpose here was very obvious. He wanted to replace Great Emperor Zhui and become the new Sun Star Master. And to do this, he needed to brand his life mark on the true core of the Sun Star, Panga's left eye. After chatting with the innate Fusang tree for a while, Dongwon Gong walked straight to the deepest part of the Sun Temple. Panga's left, I was there. Of course, Panga's left, I was not here in the past. However, after Feng Zichen took charge of the Sun Star, he was worried that Jun would cause trouble, so he moved Panga's left eye to the Sun Temple, right under his nose. This way, even if Jun really did cause trouble, he would be able to discover it immediately. After all, if he wanted to control the Sun Star, he had to bypass Panga's left eye. In the deepest part of the Sun Temple, a huge eye floated quietly. It was surrounded by an astonishing pressure. Panga was indeed Pangu. Even though he had fallen for countless years, the eye he left behind still brought great pressure to Dongwon Gong. Without a doubt, if the power of this eye was fully unleashed, it would definitely have the power to easily kill primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying. The battle between the liches and demons was so tragic that the entire boundless starry sky was destroyed. Zhouxing was also collectively shattered. However, the two supreme stars, the Sun Star and the Moon Star, were not damaged at all. In addition to the strength of the two stars, it was more because of Panga's eyes. With them, no one dared to destroy the Sun Star and the Moon Star. Otherwise, if Panga's eyes recovered, even primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian would die. This was the reason why the Sun Star and the Moon Star were still standing. If it weren't for Panga's eyes, the Sun Star and the Moon Star would have been destroyed long ago. There was no doubt about this. As long as the benefits were great enough, the great mediums of the primordial era would even dare to destroy heaven and earth, let alone the Sun Star and the Moon Star. The reason why they did not touch the Sun Star and the Moon Star was that they would die if they touched them. Therefore, they did not dare to touch them. Go! Don Wang Gong forced out a trace of the true spirit imprint from the depths of his spiritual sea and imprinted it on Panga's left eye. This was not difficult for him. It could even be said that it was easier for him than for Ziwei the Great. And this needed to be explained from Don Wang Gong's origin. Although Don Wang Gong had established his force in the Zifu Prefecture, his birthplace was not the Zifu Prefecture but the East Sea's Tang Valley. The Tang Valley, the place where the sun rose, was transformed from Pangu's left eye socket. This was why Don Wang Gong was said to be qualified to control the Sun Star. He himself came from the same source as the Sun Star, so it was natural for him to control the Sun Star. Chapter 774. Since they came from the same source, the Sun Star would not refuse Tung Wang Kung's refinement at all. In fact, when Tung Wang Kung was refining it, the Sun Star would actively cooperate. In the eyes of the Sun Star, Tung Wang Kung's status was equal to that of Dijun and Tai. They could both be regarded as its children. With the active cooperation of the Sun Star, it did not take long for Tung Wang Kung to place his true spirit mark on Panga's left eye and completely control the Sun Star. In an instant, Tung Wang Kung felt a majestic and vast power gushing out from the Sun Star and pouring into his body. Rumble, a powerful aura rose from Tung Wang Kung's body and swept across the entire boundless starry sky. His power was soaring. In the blink of an eye, he had risen from the early stage of the sage-to-be to the middle stage of the sage-to-be. Then, it was the late stage of the sage-to-be and the great perfection of the sage-to-be. Only then did Tung Wang Kung's power stabilize. The great perfection of the sage-to-be was Tung Wang Kung's current realm. His strength had reached his upper limit. Therefore, his skyrocketing power stopped. If Tung Wang Kung's realm was higher, he would have gained more benefits. However, even so, Tung Wang Kung was very satisfied. In just a few breaths, he had saved tens of thousands of years of cultivation. He had no reason to be dissatisfied, and this was the benefit of refining the Sun Star. No wonder Dijun and Tai were so powerful. It was difficult for them not to be powerful when they were guarding such a treasure land. Fortunately, the innate divinity nurtured by the sun was two people, not one. Otherwise, how terrifying would it be for one person to enjoy the Sun Star's huge luck alone? He might be another innate saint. After controlling the Sun Star, Tung Wang Kung felt that he was a little arrogant. The title of Tung Wang Kung was no longer enough to show his identity. Therefore, he wanted to add another karmic position to show his identity as the Sun Master. Besides, Tai was called East Emperor, but he was called Tung Wang Kung. Emperor and King were obviously weaker than him. This was not suitable. He was going to compete with Tai in the future. He could not lose to East Emperor Tai in any aspect. Even his name was the same. Otherwise, everyone would hear the names of the two sides before they even started fighting. East Emperor and East Emperor? Needless to say, Dong Wang was definitely stronger. Therefore, the matter of changing the name should be put on the agenda. With a thought, Dong Wang Kung suddenly announced to the primordial world, "Poor Wei, Dong Wang Kung is in charge of the Sun Star today. My name is Dong Jun. I hope that the heavens and earth will recognize me." As soon as he finished speaking, heaven and earth responded. A great power emerged and condensed into a karmic rank, which blessed Tung Wang Kung. From then on, Tung Wang Gong's title would be Tung Wang Gong, the Lord of the Solar Star. Fortunately, Tung Wang Kung's strength had yet to reach the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Otherwise, he would have directly called him East Emperor instead of East Lord. East Emperor Dong Wang. Only then did it sound like they were evenly matched. Compared to Dong Jun, it was a little lacking. However, Tung Wang Kung's realm was not that of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Without sufficient strength, one's confidence would naturally be lacking as well. He would change the title of East Emperor after he became primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Now, it was better to deal with Dong Jun first. Tung Wang Kung felt that he was already low-key enough by not using the title of East Emperor but Dong Jun. However, while he thought so, Tai did not think so. Tai felt that Tung Wang Kung was provoking him, especially when he heard that Tung Wang Kung was called the Lord of the Sun Star. A monstrous anger rose in his heart, and he wanted to burn the 9 heavens. The Sun Star had been out of his control for so long. It was time to take it back. Inexplicably, such a thought arose in Dong Wang Tai's heart. Then, he directly made a move. With a clang, the bell of chaos vibrated and opened a passage to the Sun Star beside Dong Wang Tai. Logically speaking, with Feng Zichen's blockade of the boundless starry sky, no matter how strong the bell of chaos was, it should not be so easy to open a passage. Did he really think that the galactic cosmic light array and Pangu were just decorations? Even the 3 pure ones could not barge into the boundless starry sky without Feng Zichen's permission. Not to mention, they had barged into the center of the boundless starry sky, where the Sun Star was. There must be a problem here. Sensing the opening of the passage, Feng Zichen's consciousness directly descended on the Sun Star, enveloping the entire star and carefully searching it. In the entire boundless starry sky, except for the 3 supreme stars, the Sun Star, the Moon Star, and the Emperor Star, the rest of the Zhousing had been remodeled by Feng Zichen. In other words, Feng Zichen was the master of Zhousing. Nothing could be hidden from Feng Zichen. In the boundless starry sky, the only place that could have a problem was the Sun Star. This was a place that Feng Zichen had never been able to completely grasp. As the birthplace of Dijun and Tai, there were too many secrets hidden here. Even Feng Zichen and the saints could not see clearly. Boom! Feng Zichen's consciousness swept over. As expected, he found a problem in a certain space node on the Sun Star. A mysterious wave spread out from the node and resonated with the bell of chaos. Because of this, Tai's side could open a passage to the Sun Star with one strike. As expected, the sturdiest fortresses were often destroyed from the inside. Humph! With a cold snort, Feng Zichen secretly used his strength to destroy the space node on the Sun Star. At the same time, the passage opened by the Bell of Chaos also disintegrated and collapsed. However, although Feng Zichen's movements were fast, he was still one step too slow. The moment before the space passage collapsed, Dong Wang Tai, who was holding the Bell of Chaos, had already walked out of the passage and arrived in front of the Sun Star in the boundless starry sky. After countless years, he had returned to the boundless starry sky. Seeing this familiar yet strange scene, Dong Wang Tai's emotions were difficult to describe. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sensing Dong Wang Tai's aura, the Sun Star actually trembled inexplicably. It was filled with a sense of familiarity, as if it had seen its own child. No, it was not as if it had seen its own child, Dong Wang Tai. Sensing the Sun Star's reaction, Feng Zichen's expression could not help but turn ugly. Although he had expected this situation, he still found it hard to accept when he saw it. This meant that all his efforts to weaken Di Jun's influence on the Sun Star had been in vain. This scene made Feng Zichen deeply realize that unless he could reshape the Sun Star, he would not be able to weaken Di Jun's influence on the Sun Star. I'm back. Looking at the Sun Star, Dong Wang Tai muttered. In an instant, the Sun Star shook violently. The mark that Dong Wang Gong had imprinted on Panga's left, I was jumping crazily. It was almost sent flying. After a long time, it gradually calmed down. That was the power of the Sun Star resisting. It wanted to get rid of Dong Wang Gong's control and return to Dong Wang Tai's hands. Fortunately, Dong Wang Gong came from the same source as the Sun Star and could be considered one of its children. Otherwise, with just one sentence from Tai, the Sun Star would probably return to Tai's control. Seeing this, Feng Zichen's expression turned even uglier. He had no doubt that if he had controlled the Sun Star, he would not have been able to win against Tai just now. Tai and Dijun were perhaps the biggest flaw of the boundless starry sky. With them around, the Sun Star could have problems at any time. And the Sun Star that had problems would become the biggest flaw of the galaxy cosmic light array. It was also because Feng Zichen was lucky that he had replaced Dongwang Gong with a casual move and made him the Sun Star Master. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who the Sun Star belonged to today. From the looks of it, Dongwang Gong's incarnation was more important than Feng Zichen had imagined. He had to be kept alive. Similarly, the real Dongwang Gong would definitely die. As for why he had killed the real Dongwang Gong and not Tai, wasn't that obvious? Persimmons were always picked on the weak. How could the difficulty of killing Dong Huang Tai be the same as killing the real Dong Huang Gong? Feng Zichen could crush the latter to death with a backhand. If the former didn't use the power of the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen wouldn't even have the confidence to defeat him. Between him and Tai, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker before they really fought. Dong Huang Gong, are you courting death? Seeing that he hadn't regained control of the Sun Star, Dong Huang Tai immediately realized where the problem came from. Furious, Tai picked up the Bell of Chaos and smashed it toward Dong Huang Gong. Seeing this, Dong Huang Gong didn't dare to step forward. He quickly dodged backward and ran back to the Sun Temple. The gap between a perfected sage-to-be and a sick sky of Han Yuan was enough to make people despair. If he was really hit by the Bell of Chaos, Dong Huang Gong, who had just become Dong Huang Gong, would probably die on the spot. Fellow Taoist Dong Huang, come quickly. Sensing that Dong Huang Gong was in danger, Taoist Fusong, who was in seclusion in the Sun Temple, quickly came to help. Whoosh! A divine light rushed out from the Sun Star. Cooperating with Dong Huang Gong, it pulled him into the Sun Temple in time and barely avoided the attack of the Bell of Chaos. Fusong Tree, it's you? Even you are going to betray us? Dong Huang Tai asked in disbelief after recognizing the innate Fusong Tree. He didn't expect the innate Fusong Tree to betray him. He remembered that he got along well with the innate Fusong Tree. Fellow Taoist, you're exaggerating. Poor Wei has never submitted to you and your brother. How can you say that he betrayed you? Moreover, I think you know how Di Jun treated Poor Wei back then. If he was willing to help me back then, why would he be here today? Taoist Fusong's faint voice floated out of the Sun Temple. Hearing this, Tai couldn't help but be a little speechless. Back then, he was worried that the innate Fusong Tree would compete with him and his brother for the luck of the Sun Star after transforming. Di Jun was wary of the innate Fusong Tree in every possible way. Not only did he not help it transform, but he also separated part of the innate Fusong Tree's origin, which greatly damaged its vitality. The innate Fusong Tree in the Tang Valley was the origin that Di Jun separated from Taoist Fusong. It was precisely because of this that after being together for countless years, there was no friendship between Taoist Fusong and Di Jun. Instead, there was quite a bit of hatred between them. There was no enmity between Taoist Fusong and Tai. However, just the fact that Tai was Di Jun's younger brother was enough for Taoist Fusong to hate him. Tai, you've gone too far. This is no longer the boundless starry sky of the past. You're not welcome here. Just as Tai was immersed in the past, Feng Zichen came and stood between him and the Sun Star. Tai greets fellow Taoist Ziwei. Seeing Feng Zichen walk over, Dong Huang Tai bowed to him. Ziwei the Great had saved the world and reshaped the boundless starry sky. Without him, even if the primordial world was not destroyed, it would be in a half-crippled state. Therefore, when all living beings saw Ziwei the Great, they had to treat him with respect. Not to mention the saints, even Tao ancestor Hongjun was the same when he saw him. His merit was really too great. Even the Tao ancestors were no exception, let alone Tai. Pointing at the surrounding starry sky, Feng Zichen said to Tai, "Fellow Taoist Tai, look at the boundless starry sky and the newly restored Zhouxing. Do you think they'll welcome you?" Just as Feng Zichen spoke, The surrounding stars also cooperated and released their hatred toward Tai. How could they not cooperate? The innate star gods they had nurtured were almost all killed by the demon race. And they themselves were also affected by the war between the liches and demons and were completely shattered. If Feng Zichen had not reshaped the starry sky, this place would have really become a ruin covered with the remains of the stars. Sensing the hatred of the surrounding stars, Dongwang Tai became even more silent. The demon race had ruled the boundless starry sky for countless years. Not only had they not made any achievements, but they had also become the enemy of all the stars. Speaking of which, it was really sad. Sigh, fellow Taoist, don't say any more. The monster race has indeed betrayed the boundless starry sky, and the poor Wei does feel somewhat guilty. But this is not a reason for her to give up on the sun. If you want her to leave, let's see how it goes with a fight. After a long silence, Dongwang Tai suddenly challenged Feng Zichen to a duel. My thoughts exactly. Feng Zichen nodded and suddenly summoned the Zhouxing portrait and blasted it at Dongwang Tai. At almost the same time, Dongwang Tai summoned the Bell of Chaos and blasted it at Feng Zichen. Rumble. Two terrifying waves of energy collided in the starry sky, shattering endless space and time without harming the surrounding stars at all. Both of them were top existences in the wilderness and had long since mastered their strength to the acme of perfection. Every time they attacked, they'd calculated and never wasted the slightest bit of energy. They could be said to have reached the pinnacle in seconds. Is this the peerless connate treasure of the boundless starry sky, the Zhouxing portrait? Back then, my brother and I often sensed that a peerless treasure was being nurtured in the boundless starry sky. But no matter how hard we searched, we couldn't find any trace of it. Who would have thought that this treasure would fall into your hands? This is truly the will of the heavens. Tai looked at the Zhouxing portrait as he charged at Feng Zichen. P.S. My new book, Journey to the West, 9 Golden Crows Inside Me, will be published tomorrow. Please support it. Chapter 775. If the demon race had obtained the Zhouxing map back then, the outcome of the battle between the liches and the demons would probably have been different. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Fellow Taoist Tai, you're too arrogant. Even if you join forces with Di Jun, you won't be able to fight me in the boundless starry sky, let alone you alone. Tai's fighting spirit was burning. He wanted to fight with Feng Zichen, but Feng Zichen wasn't in the mood to fight with him. He only wanted to end the battle quickly. He had already come to the boundless starry sky, and he still wanted to have a fair fight with him. Wasn't this a joke? If he didn't use his advantage, what was the point of having it? Not good. Hearing Feng Zichen's words, Tai knew that something was wrong and was about to turn around and leave the boundless starry sky. However, it was already over. After Feng Zichen finished speaking, he directly made his move. Galactic cosmic light array rise. Rumble. Amidst the shining stars, a vast and boundless galaxy appeared, roaring and sweeping toward Tai. At the same time, the cosmic light flashed, connecting heaven and earth. Accompanied by the resplendent galaxy, it swept toward Tai. Bell of Chaos rise. Seeing that Feng Zichen had used his ultimate move as soon as he attacked, Tai didn't hold back. He raised the Bell of Chaos and activated its power with all his might. Immediately, on the Bell of Chaos, earth, fire, water, and wind surged endlessly. The power of yin and yang boiled endlessly, and the innate 5 elements were restless at a certain moment. There was a loud sound of a bell ringing. In an instant, yin and yang disintegrated, earth, fire, water, and wind collapsed, and the power of the 5 elements shattered. Everything returned to chaos, evolving into an endless tide of chaos that wanted to destroy everything. Boom! The Bell of Chaos vibrated, and the vast and boundless chaos aura surged, colliding fiercely with the galactic cosmic light that surged over. In the next moment, with a boom, the galaxy exploded, surging with silver light that filled the sky. The cosmic light shattered, and endless light burst out. illuminating the entire boundless starry sky. At the same time, the tide of chaos rolled back. With a mighty momentum, it wrapped around the bell of chaos and retreated, drowning Dongwang Tai. Kill! Seeing that Tai was drowned by the chaos tide, Feng Zichen did not show any mercy. He activated the Zhouxing painting, and with the boundless power of the stars, he charged directly at Tai, who was resisting the impact of the chaos tide with all his might. At that moment, Feng Zichen's strike was at least comparable to a 10th heavenly layer chaos, primordial chaos, primordial chaos, primordial chaos, primordial chaos, or even stronger. Boom! Feng Zichen's attack caused the entire boundless starry sky to tremble and rumble. This wasn't out of fear, but rather excitement. They were gathering their own power and adding it to Feng Zichen's attack. From a moment Feng Zichen started to attack the Eastern Emperor Tai, the power of his attack had been increasing. When he rushed in front of Tai and attacked him, Feng Zichen was not very clear about how powerful this attack was. He only knew that the power of this attack was somewhat beyond his control. If he didn't blast it out, this force would go out of control and explode in his hands. He would hurt himself before he could hurt the enemy. Rumble. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen came to Tai's side and blasted the attack out. Seeing Feng Zichen coming, Tai, who was resisting the impact of the chaos tide, knew that it was too late to counterattack. Therefore, Tai made a prompt decision. He forcefully gathered a trace of magic power and placed the Bell of Chaos in front of him, trying to block Feng Zichen's attack. Then, with a boom, the attack slammed into the Bell of Chaos. Under Tai's incredulous gaze, it directly pierced through the Bell of Chaos and blasted into his body. In an instant, Tai's body was drowned by terrifying waves of energy. He began to slowly disintegrate and shatter until he completely died. Even at the last moment, Tai's eyes were still filled with deep shock and disbelief. He couldn't understand what kind of power could pierce through the Bell of Chaos. Tisk, it really isn't the main body. Tai isn't a brute. Looking at the place where Tai died, Feng Zichen casually clicked his tongue. The one who was killed by him wasn't the real Dongwang Tai, but an incarnation of Tai. If Feng Zichen really had the ability to kill Dongwang Tai with one strike, then why would he plan all day? He could just carry Hongmeng Daozhong and go to Kunlun Mountain to fight the 5 saints to the death. At that time, he would punch the 3 pure ones and kick Zhuan-Ti. He would be invincible. Naturally, he would do whatever he said. It was a pity that Feng Zichen didn't have the ability. If he really rushed to Kunlun Mountain to fight the 5 saints to the death, not to mention winning, he might not even be able to come back in one piece. Boom! When everything calmed down, the place where Dongwang Tai died had already disappeared. Only a ball of bright, congenital origin was left. That congenital origin was what Tai had obtained from Di Jun's backup not long ago. Feng Zichen was very familiar with it, because he had it too. It seemed that Tai had refined this ball of congenital origin into an incarnation to test the depths of the boundless starry sky for him. After so many years, the boundless starry sky had long been managed by Feng Zichen. Tai wasn't completely confident that he could travel back and forth from the boundless starry sky. Therefore, he took the opportunity when Donghuang Gong refined the sun star to send an incarnation to test the depths of the boundless starry sky. It was also because Tai was cautious that he didn't dare to come with his real body. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would have thought of a way to make Tai stay in the boundless starry sky, even if he had to use all the defenses of the boundless starry sky. After all, Tai's existence was too great a threat to the boundless starry sky. As long as he didn't die, the sun star wouldn't be at peace. At this time, Feng Zichen even thought of destroying the sun star and reshaping it once. In this way, the connection between Di Jun's Tai and the sun star would be completely cut off. This plan was really crazy. Feng Zichen only thought about it and didn't dare to put it into action, because he couldn't block Panga's left eye. If he angered Panga's left eye when he destroyed the sun star and gave him a ruthless blow, Feng Zichen would be wronged. Even if he didn't die, he would be half-crippled. Moreover, even if Panga's left eye didn't attack Feng Zichen, he wasn't confident that he could reshape a sun star that was exactly the same as before after destroying the sun star. It was too difficult. It was somewhat beyond Feng Zichen's ability. He could reshape Zhousing, but he couldn't reshape the sun star. After all, the sun star was different from Zhousing. It was the foundation of the primordial world and couldn't be touched. Therefore, the idea of destroying the sun star could only be thought about and couldn't be put into practice. However, don't think that Feng Zichen couldn't do anything to the sun star just because of this. He already had a plan to deal with the sun star. Once he succeeded, he would definitely be able to cut off the connection between the sun star and Dijun's Tai. And the key to this plan was Dongwang Kung and Panga's god. Feng Zichen wanted to use the power of Panga's god to promote the sun star. After the sun star was promoted, Dijun and Tai, who were no longer on the sun star, would definitely be affected. Their connection with the sun star would be further weakened. At this time, Dongwang Kung, who was in charge of the sun star, would definitely receive the greatest benefits when the sun star was promoted. It was uncertain whether he could break through to the primordial chaos realm. However, his position in the sun star's heart would definitely surpass that of Dijun's Tai. Just like that, with the opportunity to strengthen the sun star, Feng Zichen raised Dongwang Kung's position in the sun star's heart step by step, suppressing Dijun's Tai in one fell swoop. In the end, he would completely replace them. In this way, the sun star would not have to worry. This was the strategy of exchanging birds in the cage. Although this method would take a long time, it was safe. Even if Tai discovered it, he would not be able to stop it. Could he stop the sun star from promoting? In this way, wouldn't he be falling into Feng Zichen's trap? He did not need to do anything. The sun star would naturally hate Tai. No. This plan was not without flaws. That was Dongwang Kung. If Tai thought of a way to kill Dongwang Kung and resurrect the real Dongwang Kung, then Feng Zichen's plan would fail. Therefore, nothing could happen to Dongwang Kung. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen made a decision. For his grand plan, he could only wrong Dongwang Kung. In the future, he would stay in seclusion in the Sun God Temple. There, no one could hurt him. Sigh, poor Dongwang Kung. He had just been born and had yet to see the outside world, but he had already been destined to become the #1 otaku in the primordial world. It was quite tragic. Sigh. While sighing for Dongwang Kung, Feng Zichen returned to the Ziwei Star. As for the innate origin left behind by the Donghuang Tai's incarnation after its death, Feng Zichen did not even look at it, because there was no need. How could the Donghuang Tai leave the innate origin to him and help his enemy? The moment before he died, the power contained in the innate origin had been exhausted by Tai. In other words, the innate origin left behind by Tai was just an empty shell. There was no power in it at all. Not long after Feng Zichen left, a breeze blew past, and the innate origin dissipated with the wind. So powerful. After so many years, the boundless starry sky has been managed to become so powerful. With that kind of power, other than the Tao ancestor, no one in the primordial world can match it. Moreover, this should not be the limit of Ziwei the Great. According to my feeling, there should be an even more powerful force hidden in the boundless starry sky. The strength of that force gave me the feeling that I was facing the Tao ancestor. It had the ability to kill me. Somewhere in the primordial world, the Donghuang Tai opened his eyes and recalled what he had seen in the boundless starry sky. He could not help but feel a sense of lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had not been careless. He had not personally gone to the boundless starry sky. Instead, he had sent his incarnation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to return today. In the boundless starry sky, Ziwei the Great was an invincible existence. This was Tai's most intuitive feeling. If Tao ancestor Hong Jun went, Tai was not very sure if he could defeat Ziwei the Great. However, he knew that if he went, Ziwei the Great would really have the ability to kill him if he really did not care about anything. In the future, if he fought with Ziwei the Great, he must not fight in the boundless starry sky. After coming back to his senses, the Dongwang Tai secretly made up his mind. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. During these 1,000 years, many things had happened in the primordial world. Many of them were quite dreamy. For example, the Dongwang Tai raised an army and sent troops to attack the North Sea Demon clan. He wanted to offer the head of Patriarch Kunpeng as a sacrifice to the heavens. He wanted to comfort the souls of the ancient demons who had died because of his escape in the battle between the liches and demons. Dongwang Tai personally led the troops. The remnants of the ancient demon clan changed their decadent state. Their spirit and appearance could be said to have been renewed. Their strength had increased by more than several times. Although the North Sea Demon clan was powerful, when they heard that they were going to fight Dongwang Tai, they were already afraid before the battle even started. Being afraid before the battle was a taboo for military strategists. The North Sea Demon clan's performance showed that they were definitely not a match for the remnants of the ancient demon clan, whose strength had increased by several times. Almost as soon as they came into contact with each other, the North Sea Demon clan was beaten to a pulp. The North Sea Demon clan was no match for the remnants of the ancient demon clan. Patriarch Kunpeng was even less of a match for Dongwang Tai. In just one exchange, Kunpeng's old ancestor was knocked down by Tai. Just as Patriarch Kunpeng was about to die in the hands of Dongwang Tai, a magical scene happened. As the mortal enemy of the demon clan, Goddess Hutu actually defeated Patriarch Kunpeng. This scene really made many people's jaws drop in shock. TSK, TSK, TSK. It was unknown what price the Kunpeng old ancestor had paid to get the Lady of Earth to help him. For a moment, everyone's imagination ran wild. With Goddess Hutu's help, Patriarch Kunpeng's crisis was resolved except for being in an awkward situation. Furthermore, with the help of the witch race, the North Sea Demon clan also had the ability to fight against the remnants of the ancient demon clan. Since the demon clan was so lively, the human clan was naturally not bad either. In fact, they were even more chaotic than the demon clan. Feng Zichen still underestimated the attraction of the position of the human emperor. Other than the pawns planted by the three pure ones, there were actually many people from other clans who used secret techniques to join the human clan at all costs to fight for the position of a human emperor. Feng Zichen could only shake his head helplessly towards these opportunistic people. He arranged a miserable ending for them and let them go early. Of course, their physical bodies were not wasted at all. They were all integrated into the new god realm and became resources for its advancement. After that, it was the battle between the human clan and the reincarnations of the ancient powerhouses. On the eve of the Millennium Battle, the human clan relied on the advantage of having the upper hand to kill many reincarnations of the ancient powerhouses. However, these ancient powerhouses were not fools. After being ambushed many times, they gradually figured out that their identities had been exposed. Although they didn't know what method the humans used to discover their identities, there was no doubt that their identities had been exposed. Otherwise, the human clan's powerhouses would not have been able to determine their identities so accurately. Since their identities had been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. The reincarnations of the ancient powerhouses all revealed their trump cards and fought with the human clan's powerhouses. When some of the ancient powerhouses revealed their trump cards, they were surprised to find that the legacy of their previous lives had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 776. There were even some who were ambushed when they were opening the relics of their previous lives. Not only did they lose their magic treasures, they even lost their lives. Of course, this was the work of the heroic spirits of the human race. As the war intensified, they joined the fray to seek the opportunity of reincarnation of the ancient experts. One had planned for a long time while the other was caught off guard. The latter was at a disadvantage. Under the circumstances where the heroic spirits of the human race were unprepared, the reincarnations of the ancient experts suffered heavy losses. Only 10% of them managed to retrieve the relics of their previous lives. Of the remaining 90%, 60% returned empty-handed, while 30% died in the hands of the heroic spirits of the human race and fell into eternal slumber. This was the result of Feng Zichen asking the heroic spirits of the human race to hold back. If not, the number of reincarnations of the ancient experts would not be limited to just these few. Feng Zichen was still counting on the reincarnations of the ancient experts to help Dong Wang Gong and ancestor Hong Yun to ascend to the throne. How would he kill all of them? If they were all dead, Dong Wang Gong and ancestor Hong Yun would become generals without an army. Then, what was the point of acting in the future? Even though Feng Zichen purposely held back, the reincarnations of the ancient experts suffered heavy losses after being stabbed in the back twice. In total, 40% of the people had died in the two attacks. Before the war even began, 40% of them had died. This was obviously not a good sign. However, now that things had come to this, it was either you die or I die. They did not care too much and gave their all to fight against the human race for the seal of the God City. After 1,000 years of war, the situation of the human race gradually stabilized. Out of the 365 God Cities of the human race, 200 of them were still under the control of the human race. As for the remaining 165 God Cities, they were taken over by the reincarnations of the ancient experts. Of course, the reason why they were able to take over so many God Cities of the human race was because Feng Zichen purposely went easy on them. However, in order to take over these God Cities, the reincarnations of the ancient experts paid a huge price. Originally, there were only 60% of them left, but now there was only 30% left. In other words, half of the ancient experts had been reincarnated during the battle for the God City. Their blood had been spilled on the battlefield, and they had become nutrients for the new God realm. The ancient powerhouses had paid such a huge price, but the human race had also suffered some losses. The 165 divine cities had been their greatest loss. In addition, more than 50% of the human cultivators had their cultivation levels decreased. This meant that they had all died at the hands of ancient powerhouses. However, while there were those whose cultivation levels fell, there were also those whose cultivation levels increased. Among the human race, there were many clansmen who performed outstandingly. In this battle, they obtained a lot of benefits. Not only did their strength increase, but several of them also obtained fragments of the human sovereign karmic rank. It was estimated that if he worked a little harder, he would be able to collect all 9 fragments of the human sovereign karmic rank and possess the power of the Daluo Taoist priests. And these people were Feng Zichen's main targets. Being able to obtain fragments of the human sovereign karmic rank meant that they all had the potential to become a human sovereign in the future. Even if they couldn't become a human sovereign in the end, with a little effort, they could at least become Daluo Taoist priests and become the mainstay of the human race. Something's wrong. The aura of a chaos demon god? A chaos demon god has sneaked into the human race. At a certain moment, Feng Zichen, who was observing the situation of the human race, suddenly found something wrong. He actually felt the aura of a chaos demon god in the human race's territory. Although the aura of a demon god flashed and disappeared, Feng Zichen was very familiar with the chaos demon god. He himself was about to transform into a chaos demon god. Therefore, nothing about the chaos fiend god could escape his perception. The appearance of the aura couldn't be his illusion. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was a little nervous. The aura of a chaos demon god in the human race's territory was not a small matter. It meant that a chaos demon god had his eyes on the human race. This was not good news for the human race. The 5 saints had their eyes on the human race, and now the chaos demon god had his eyes on the human race. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. This situation was very unfavorable for the human race. If they were not careful, they would be in danger of being overturned. Originally, dealing with the 5 saints was enough to give Feng Zichen a headache. With the addition of the Chaos Demon God, he was forced to continue to expose his trump card. A tall tree attracts the wind. As for the arrival of the Chaos Demon God, Feng Zichen didn't think it was the three pure ones. They wouldn't do that, and the Chaos Demon God disdained to cooperate with the three pure ones of Pangu. The Chaos Demon God and the Pangu were natural enemies. If they really met, they would fight on the spot and start a life-and-death duel, not to mention drinking tea and talking about business. Stop dreaming. As for why the Chaos Demon God had his eyes on the human race, Feng Zichen had a rough idea. It was nothing more than a tall tree attracting the wind. At present, the human race was the largest force in the untainted land. In addition, it was in a period of civil strife. If the Chaos Demon God wanted to make trouble in the untainted land, he would certainly not let go of this opportunity. It was not strange that he had his eyes on the human race. However, no matter why the Chaos Demon God had his eyes on the human race, Feng Zichen had to find him. If he didn't find him, the Chaos Demon God hiding among the human race would be like an unpredictable bomb that would explode at any time and give Feng Zichen a huge surprise. Was the Chaos Demon God hiding very well? It didn't matter. Feng Zichen had plenty of time recently. He could check the human race's territory one by one. He didn't believe that he couldn't find the Chaos Demon God after turning the entire human race upside down. Dong Wang Gong and ancestor Hong Yun hid so well in the human race and even had the cover of sage. However, they were still found by Feng Zichen, not to mention the Chaos Demon God. This was the untainted land, not the realm sea. It was Feng Zichen's home ground, not the Chaos Demon God's. If Feng Zichen could still let the Chaos Demon God slip away under his nose when he had the home ground advantage, he would have set up the human race for so many years in vain. He might as well abdicate as soon as possible. Rumble. Vast divine thoughts gushed out of Feng Zichen's body. Together with the pagoda of luck and the black-yellow pagoda of heaven and earth, they began to scan the human race's territory inch by inch. At the same time, the torch flame of the human race's luck was also trembling and resonating with all the luck of the human race. Once a special luck appeared, it would definitely be sensed by Feng Zichen. In this way, 100 years had passed. Feng Zichen's plan to explore the human race's territory was only half completed. It was only half that he didn't find any abnormalities. In other words, the Chaos Demon God wasn't hiding there, and he had to continue to explore. However, there was no need to continue. That was because Feng Zichen had roughly determined the identity of the Chaos Demon God. He didn't discover it, but the Chaos Demon God took the initiative to reveal his identity. During the 100 years when Feng Zichen was searching for the Chaos Demon God, another peerless genius appeared in the human race. His talent couldn't be described as peerless. He wasn't weaker than the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors when they were young. He might even be better. Just how outstanding was this person? He was an existence that defied common sense. He called himself God and was born in an ordinary village. However, with such a background, this country boy who called himself God reached the realm of the Daluo Taoist priests in only 100 years. 100 years, or even less than 100 years, this child reached the realm of the Daluo Taoist priests. It was really terrifying. Wasn't this telling others that there was something wrong with him? Even if Feng Zichen reincarnated and recultivated now, he wouldn't be able to reach the realm of the Daluo Taoist priests in 100 years. It would take at least 1,000 years. It didn't matter about the realm or magic power, but it would take 1,000 years just to polish a body of the Daluo Taoist priests. This god was undoubtedly the Chaos Demon God. Only the Chaos Demon Gods, who had died many times and were experienced enough to use the Chaos origin to create all things, could have such an ability. In the past 100 years, deity had not only been practicing, he had also pulled together a large force and joined the fight for the imperial jade seal of the divine cities. He had seized control of more than 40 divine cities from the hands of the reincarnated experts of antiquity times. At the same time, he also took away the control of more than 10 divine cities from the human tribe. At this time, Feng Zichen almost figured out the purpose of this Chaos Demon God. He wanted to fight for the throne of the human emperor. That was really good. Feng Zichen was full of praise for the Chaos Demon God's idea. If he really succeeded, this Chaos Demon God would have completely penetrated into the untainted land and become an important figure. At that time, no matter what plan he had, he could carry it out calmly. It had to be said that this Chaos Demon God's plan was perfect. If he had time to arrange it calmly and had started to plan it from tens of thousands of years ago, he might really succeed. But now, he was still too impatient. Wasn't it obvious that he was telling others that there was something wrong with him by becoming the Daluo Taoist priest in 100 years? Anyone would doubt him, let alone the suspicious Feng Zichen. Spying on him with the mark of the Great Way, Feng Zichen really found the aura of chaos on him. He was undoubtedly the Chaos Demon God. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was about to suppress him. Chaos Demon God, of course, should be killed. In particular, this one was so arrogant that he couldn't wait for the whole world to know his identity. Therefore, he couldn't be left alive. But at the moment of taking action, Feng Zichen hesitated. He felt that something was wrong. This Chaos Demon God didn't look like a fool. Why did he behave so unwisely? It seemed that he deliberately let others discover his identity. He always felt that he was hiding something. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was not in a hurry to take action against him. Instead, he continued to investigate in the human clan territory. He always felt that there was more than one Chaos Demon God hiding in the human clan. Soon, Feng Zichen found that something was wrong. He sensed a trace of the aura of the Chaos Demon God in an ordinary human clan teenager. And the aura of the Chaos Demon God was the one that Feng Zichen had sensed earlier. Sure enough, there is something wrong. After realizing this, Feng Zichen didn't make it public. Instead, he continued to investigate. It wasn't until they had thoroughly checked the entire human tribe's territory and found no more problems that they turned their attention to the ordinary human youth. No, he was not ordinary. He was the real Chaos Demon God hiding in the human clan. The guy outside who had a good performance was just a target for him to attract the attention of outsiders and conceal his existence. His aura accidentally leaked and attracted the attention of the human emperor. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, the Chaos Demon God immediately arranged a fake body to attract everyone's attention. He continued to disguise himself and stayed in the human clan to carry out his plan. To be honest, this method was not very clever. However, it was such a simple method that almost fooled Feng Zichen. It had to be said that this method caught Feng Zichen's mistaken thinking. Who would have thought that the Chaos Demon God would use such a simple method to conceal his tracks? Sure enough, the simplest method was often the best method. Alas, Feng Zichen sighed. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the Chaos Demon God. And the Chaos Demon God was obviously prepared for this. Sure enough, I was discovered. Seeing Feng Zichen stretch out his hand to grab him, the Chaos Demon God didn't resist. He just smiled bitterly, and then his body slowly dissipated. He had transformed into Tao. He was just a reincarnated body and was no match for the human emperor. In addition, he was in the territory of the human clan, so he was even less of a match for the human emperor. Knowing that he was no match for the human emperor, he didn't want to be humiliated by the human emperor. Therefore, transforming into Tao was the best choice for the Chaos Demon God. Rumble. Feng Zichen stretched out his hand and grabbed nothing. Humph, you run fast. The Chaos Demon God wanted to transform into Tao. Feng Zichen couldn't stop him. He could only snort and withdraw his hand. As this Chaos Fiend God transformed into the Tao, the fake body he had left behind in the outside world also vanished into thin air. In an instant, more than 60 divine cities of the human clan lost their owners at the same time. Dazzling divine light soared into the sky and turned into more than 60 imperial seals, slowly floating in the air. What's going on? Why did the god fall without any warning? Seeing the fall of the god, many people were shocked. However, many people felt that this was their chance to sneak into the divine cities to seize the imperial seals. A chaotic battle broke out. At the same time, Feng Zichen suddenly summoned all the heavenly legends of the human clan and ordered them to go and take back the ownerless divine cities of the human clan after the god fell. There were only dozens of heavenly legends who could catch Feng Zichen's attention. They were all people who had obtained the fragments of the human king karmic rank and had the qualifications to become kings. Tut, tut. Are you going to make me a matryoshka doll? After everyone left, Feng Zichen looked at the back of one of them with a playful look in his eyes. Chapter 777. Feng Zichen thought this human clan genius was a good person, and Feng Zichen thought that he had a great chance of becoming the human king. Unexpectedly, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes turned out to be the reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend God. Good Lord, he hid so well that Feng Zichen was almost fooled by him. Yes, this man was the Chaos Fiend God. Whether it was the gods in the outside world or the ordinary human youth hiding in the human clan, they were all pretenses deliberately left by him to hide his true identity. Who would have thought that one of the top geniuses of the human clan was the reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend God? Sure enough, the most dangerous place was the safest place. This guy had been free and unfettered under Feng Zichen's nose for so long, but Feng Zichen didn't notice anything unusual. That was really something. This time, the Chaos Fiend God was careless. Otherwise, Feng Zichen wouldn't have been able to discover his identity. At that time, he would inevitably be tricked by this Chaos Fiend God. After secretly calculating, Feng Zichen found that this Chaos Fiend God had started to plot against the human clan at least hundreds of thousands of years ago. As for how he hid from Feng Zichen's perception, he could only say that this Chaos Fiend God was really ruthless. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he first reincarnated several times in the untainted land to wash off his chaotic aura and then reincarnated into the human clan. Then, he didn't rush to carry out his plan, but continued to reincarnate in the human clan. After dozens of reincarnations, he lurked in the human clan. No wonder he dared to show up in front of Feng Zichen without being afraid of being exposed. After reincarnating in the human clan dozens of times, this Chaos Fiend God was no different from a real human clan. Even now, Feng Zichen didn't see any difference between this Chaos Fiend God and a real human clan. Since this Chaos Fiend God had concealed himself so deeply, how had he been exposed? It could only be said that he was too greedy. Seeing that the human clan was in chaos, this Chaos Fiend God wanted to fight for the throne of the human emperor. Then, he found an opportunity to exchange for a human sovereign karmic rank fragment. He planned to become a human sovereign first, and then seize the throne of the human sovereign. The fragment of the human sovereign karmic rank entered his body and tried to merge with his real spirit. That was where the problem came from. No matter how a person changed, their true spirit was always the same. Therefore, no matter how the Chaos Demon God changed its appearance, its true spirit would always be the true spirit of a Chaos Demon God. Affected by the fragment of the human sovereign karmic rank, this Chaos Demon God lost control for a moment and leaked a trace of Chaos Demon God Chi. Although he quickly concealed it, Feng Zichen's perception was so sharp that he could not hide anything from him. The wisp of Chaos Demon God Chi was no exception. Perhaps this Chaos Fiend God had also sensed that he had been exposed. Therefore, he created two fake bodies one after another, one in the light and one in the dark, in order to pass off as genuine and deceive people. But in the end, Feng Zichen was more skillful. He saw through his disguise and found his real body. What a joke! The fragment of the human sovereign karmic rank belonged to Feng Zichen. This Chaos Demon God had left the fragment of the human sovereign karmic rank in his body and wanted to hide it from him. Wasn't that a joke? If this Chaos Demon God had forced out the fragment of the human sovereign karmic rank in time, Feng Zichen might not have been able to find him. But he not only left the fragment of the human sovereign karmic rank, but also dared to continue to hang around in front of Feng Zichen. If Feng Zichen still couldn't find him, it would be a miracle. When he first discovered this person's identity, Feng Zichen really wanted to slap him to death. But immediately, Feng Zichen changed his mind. Didn't this chaos demon god want to be the human sovereign? Then Feng Zichen would fulfill his wish. By then, no matter if this chaos demon god, ancestor Hongyan, or Dong Wanggong became a human sovereign, Feng Zichen would stuff them into the human sovereign city and use them as perpetual motion machines. As for the other two cities, he would not waste them. One for Sun City and one for Sun City. With the strength of that chaos demon god, it was easy for him to deal with the forces left behind after the fall of the god. Therefore, he easily took over the 40 divine cities and became the overlord of the human clan. However, at this time, perhaps he felt that the time was not right, so the chaos demon god did not choose to set up his own sect. Instead, he continued to submit to Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen did not say anything about this. He was waiting for the next step of the sage's plan. At this point, if the sage did not have a follow-up plan, this show could not go on. As expected, as Feng Zichen expected, the 5 sages finally decided to take action. In the Jade Virtual Palace, the 5 sages looked at each other and said slowly, "My friends, success or failure depends on this." As soon as they finished speaking, everyone nodded and walked out of the Jade Virtual Palace. "Do it!" After a loud roar, heaven and earth trembled and the void wailed. Then, 5 dazzling beams of light rose from Mount Kunlun and blasted toward the human emperor palace. The 5 lights were the ultimate Khanate treasure, Tai Chi diagram, Panga's banner, the 4 immortal slaying swords, and the supreme grade Khanate merit spiritual treasure, the 12th grade golden lotus of merit, and the eastern cyan treasure lotus flag. Rumble. The 5 ultimate Khanate treasures blasted from Mount Kunlun and broke through layers of the void. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the human clan's territory. Sensing the danger, the immortal dragon city suddenly exploded. Endless divine light rose and turned into a bright light screen in front of the human clan's territory, trying to block the attack. But the result was that it collapsed at the first touch. In front of the 5 ultimate Khanate treasures, the powerful immortal dragon city was defeated without any resistance. After that, the boundary of the 9 states rose. The vague shadows of the 9 cauldrons appeared and suppressed the endless void. The powerful force spread and formed a huge boundary in the sky above the human clan's territory. Unfortunately, the result was no change at all. In the face of the combined attack of the 5 sages, the boundary of the 9 states, which was known as the strongest protection of the human clan, was easily shattered like paper. After destroying the immortal dragon city and the boundary of the 9 states, the 5 saints' treasures continued to blast forward. Their target was the human sovereign palace. Danger! Extreme danger! In the human sovereign palace, seeing the 5 saints' treasures blasting toward him, Feng Zichen felt a sense of danger that he hadn't felt in a long time. If this blow landed, there was a high chance that he would die. Even if his strength had recovered to the level of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian, it would still be the same. Even if Feng Zichen was at his peak, he would be severely injured by the combined attack of the 5 sages, let alone when he was not at his peak. Just as Feng Zichen expected, the 5 sages' follow-up plan had arrived. But he thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect that the 5 sages would choose to attack him directly. What an unexpected result. Heavenly Cycle Palace, activate. Human Tao Imperial Seal, activate. 10,000 Spear Crown, bless me. Human Tao Divine Ring, protect me. Almost instantaneously, Feng Zichen used all the means at his disposal, preparing to resist the attack. The sages had calculated that he would not dodge, so they chose to launch this attack. That's right, Feng Zichen could not dodge this attack, nor could he counterattack. He could only choose to resist it, because behind him was the ancestral land of the human race. If Feng Zichen dodged, the sage's attack would definitely blast the ancestral land of the human race into powder. And if he chose to counterattack, The energy fluctuations produced after the collision of these two powerful forces would be enough to flatten the human territory. No, not just the human territory, but the primordial land might collapse into pieces. Therefore, Feng Zichen had no way out. In the face of this attack, he could only choose to resist it. With a whoosh, the human Tao imperial seal flew over and turned into a huge finger. It stood in front of Feng Zichen as if it was supporting the heavens and the earth. At the same time, the 10,000 spirit crown on his head bloomed with bright light. 72 colored Tao lights hung down and draped over Feng Zichen's body, protecting him firmly. In addition, a bright divine ring appeared behind Feng Zichen's head and surrounded him. This was the human Tao divine ring. It was the blessing of the human Tao to Feng Zichen. With this ring, no one below the primordial chaos could hurt him. As for the power above the primordial chaos, it would also weaken it. And these were not Feng Zichen's strongest defenses. His greatest trump card was the universal palace located in the primordial land. It was the galaxy cosmic light formation formed by it, as well as the god Pangu, Rumble. Under Feng Zichen's command, whether it was the universal palace in the human territory or the human Tao palace located in the primordial land, they all trembled and spewed out endless divine light. Those lights, with the human emperor palace as the center, connected and intersected with each other on the ground. Soon, they formed a huge formation on the ground. It was the Earth version of the galaxy cosmic light formation. Boom! Bright Tao lights spewed out from the ground, blotting out the sky and covering the sun, covering the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars. Whoosh! Then, the river of stars surged, vast and mighty, surging endlessly. Cosmic light flashed, accompanied by the river of stars. There was not one, but two of the galaxy cosmic light formation. One large and one small, one positive and one negative. They intertwined on the ground, increasing the power of the galaxy cosmic light formation by several folds. Rumble. The faint image of the god Pangu quietly appeared, standing tall on the primordial land and gradually becoming one with Feng Zichen. Just as Feng Zichen used all of his techniques, the Dharma treasures of the five saints also arrived. With a boom, the Dharma treasures of the five saints, after being weakened by the human Tao divine ring, landed solidly on the human Tao imperial seal. Rumble. A powerful shockwave erupted and sent it flying. Fortunately, the main body of the human Tao imperial seal was made from the bones of the Pangu's fingers and was extremely hard. Otherwise, the five saints' attack would not be as simple as tearing it apart. At the very least, a few cracks would have appeared. Boom! After sending the human Tao imperial seal flying, the Dharma treasures of the five saints then landed on the defense of the 10,000 spirit crown, directly tearing apart the 72 colored mystic light that protected Feng Zichen. Then, the five saint treasures landed directly on Feng Zichen's body. With a bang, Feng Zichen felt a strong force hit him, and his qi and blood surged. Then, his body flew out uncontrollably and fell backwards. Rumble. Wherever Feng Zichen passed, the space collapsed layer by layer. He fell into the depths of the void. After a long time, he crawled out of the depths of the void, vomiting blood. However, at this time, he looked extremely miserable. Not only was he vomiting blood, but his body was also covered with wounds, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. He was like an exquisite porcelain that was full of cracks and would shatter at any time. Feng Zichen was seriously injured, as if he would die at any time. After crawling out of the depths of the void, he immediately went into the human emperor palace and announced that he would be in seclusion and would not see outsiders. Just as he fell into the depths of the void, the Dharma treasures of the five saints had already disappeared. Not long after Feng Zichen announced that he would be in seclusion, the news of him being seriously injured and dying spread throughout the untainted land like a storm. Outsiders were shocked by the courage of the saints. They dared to attack the human emperor. They were really lawless. As for the human clan, The human clan was already in a precarious situation. After knowing that the human emperor was seriously injured and dying, there was an undercurrent surging. Especially those with ulterior motives, they found an opportunity to put on one big show after another in the human clan. It could be said that it was very exciting. Anyway, after the news of Feng Zichen's injury spread, the hearts of the entire untainted land could be said to be fluctuating. At this moment, what was Feng Zichen doing in the human emperor palace? Was he healing? No, he was crying out in pain. He was not injured at all. What was there to heal? The joint attack of the five saints was indeed very strong. However, after being weakened by so much power, how much power was left? When it hit Feng Zichen's body, it was a little exaggerated to say that it was just an itch, but it did not cause any harm to him. It only made his chi and blood tumble, and he was also sent flying. Other than that, Feng Zichen was not injured at all. However, it was quite painful. As for why he was so miserable, it was naturally an act. The saints did not hesitate to attack him. If Feng Zichen did not act more miserable, how could the saints continue the show? Curious about the saints' purpose in attacking him, Feng Zichen was naturally very cooperative and was seriously injured and dying. He wanted to see what the saints were going to do next. At the same time, the five saints were obviously not in a good mood. How could they not pay a price for attacking the human emperor at his peak? Not long after they attacked Feng Zichen, the powerful backlash came. The backlash of power was naturally not taken seriously by the saints. They could destroy it with a flip of their hand. However, the backlash of karma was a headache for the saints. If they ignored it, then their disciples would be in trouble. Thinking of their disciples, the saints still blocked it. Their feet were covered with broken merit spirit treasures. Chapter 778. Although negative karma was mystical, it was not impossible to deal with it. Merit was the nemesis of negative karma. Consuming merit could offset negative karma. This time, in order to offset the negative karma caused by attacking the human emperor, the five saints could be said to have put in a lot of effort. The merit numinous treasures scattered on the ground were the proof. One could see that the spiritual light on the merit numinous treasures had become extremely dim. It was obvious that their spirituality had decreased greatly. Moreover, their bodies were already full of cracks as if they would shatter at any time. The reason for all of this was that the merit on their bodies had been used up in order to offset negative karma. With the depletion of merit, the spirituality of these dharma treasures naturally decreased greatly, and their power was also greatly reduced. Even if they could be repaired in the future, they would only be reduced to ordinary dharma treasures and would no longer be called merit numinous treasures. And these merit numinous treasures were almost all of the five saints' inventory. After this, even if they still had merit numinous treasures in their hands, there would not be more than 2 or 3 of them. Hundreds of millions of years of collection were emptied in one day. This was a huge price to pay. Even with the wealth of the five saints, it was inevitable that they would feel the pinch. However, compared to the results they had achieved, this price was undoubtedly worth it. The arrogant human emperor had really been severely injured by them. He would probably not be able to appear in the Eldritch world in a short period of time. This way, the following situation would be very advantageous to the five saints. What were some merit numinous treasures? No matter how valuable these treasures were, could they be more valuable than the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda? They had even given up the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, so why would they care about these merit numinous treasures? As long as they could severely injure the human emperor, any price would be worth it. Fellow Taoists, the North Star has been severely injured by us. I'm afraid he won't be able to manage the affairs of the human race in a short period of time. This is our opportunity. The next step of the plan should also be carried out. Take this opportunity to settle the situation with a battle and bring this chaotic situation back to the right track. At the same time, send fellow Taoist North Star back to the heaven realm, so that he can be at ease and continue to be the emperor of the North Star. Don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have and interfere with the affairs of the human race. The Grand Pure One waved his hand and put away the damaged merit numinous treasures. He looked in the direction of the human emperor's palace and said with hatred, "After losing the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda, even with the Grand Pure One's temperament, he could not hide the anger in his heart. He really wanted to skin Feng Zichen alive. His hatred for Feng Zichen was really like the waves of the Milky Way, and it was difficult to wash away. Senior brother is right. This battle has been going on for almost 100,000 years. It's about time for a conclusion." After the Grand Pure One finished speaking, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning continued. In terms of hatred for Feng Zichen, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was not inferior to the Grand Pure One. In fact, he was even more resentful. In the battle between the Grand Pure One and Feng Zichen, the Grand Pure One had lost the mysterious yellow pagoda. It seemed like he had suffered a loss. However, in reality, he did not suffer a loss. He had first snatched 20% of the destiny of the human race. Feng Zichen counterattacked angrily and snatched the mysterious yellow pagoda. Even if he lost the mysterious yellow pagoda, the Grand Pure One still had 20% of the destiny of the human race in his hands. It cannot be said that he had suffered a loss. However, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was different. He had really suffered a huge loss at the hands of Feng Zichen. Not to mention that he had fought with Feng Zichen several times previously. He had not gained any advantage at all. He had also suffered repeatedly and lost face. Take the previous battle, for example. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's right arm had been cut off by Feng Zichen. Until now, he had not recovered and was still in the state of a broken arm. The dignified saint, the supreme expert of the primordial world, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, was actually walking in the world with a single arm. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning did not know what ordinary people said, but he felt that it was really embarrassing. The one-armed Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was not perfect. How could the primordial Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning tolerate this? Because of this, ever since he returned from the chaos outside, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had been in seclusion. Unless he had no choice, he would not take half a step out of the Jade Void Palace. He did not even want to see outsiders. However, the only thing that comforted the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was that although his right arm was broken, his strength was not affected much. This was not because Feng Zichen was not ruthless enough. On the contrary, he hated the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning to the core. Therefore, when he attacked, he was merciless. In theory, even if the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning did not suffer any serious injuries, his strength should have dropped by 1 or 2 points. But who asked him to have a good master? After the battle and the chaos outside, the 3 Pure Ones and the others followed Tao Ancestor Hongjun to the Purple Cloud Palace. In the Purple Cloud Palace, the Tao Ancestor looked at the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's injuries. Although he did not heal his broken arm, he also eliminated the impact of the broken arm on his strength. It was not that Tao Ancestor Hongjun did not want to reconnect the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's broken arm, but he could not do it. In desperation, he took a step back and treated the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's injuries. From this, it could be seen that Feng Zichen's sword was so ruthless that even the Tao Ancestor was helpless. He could only let the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning continue to maintain his broken arm. Senior brother is right. There should be an outcome to this battle. Seeing that both his brothers had spoken, the Grand Master of Heaven hurriedly expressed his opinion. Senior brother, you're right. 2 of the 3 Pure Ones had unified their opinions, so there was no room for the saint to refuse. The 2 of them also hurriedly expressed their opinions. All right, since all you have agreed, let's inform Dong Wanggong and Ancestor Hong Yun and let them start the plan. Seeing that everyone had agreed, the Grand Pure One made the final decision. In the human territory, Donghua City, this was the place where Taoist Donghua, the overlord of the human race, attained his Tao. At the same time, it was also the foundation of his life. He used this city as his foundation and rose step by step. In the end, he became a great figure of the human race, second only to the human emperor. He Taoist Donghua was the reincarnation of Dong Wang Gong, the leader of the ancient male immortals. He was in charge of more than 50 divine cities in the east of the human race and was a veritable overlord of the human race. The name of Dong Wang Gong had been taken by the impostor Feng Zichen. Therefore, Dong Wang Gong, who was reincarnated into the human race, had no choice but to change his name to Taoist Donghua. The reason why there was still the word Dong in his name was that Taoist Donghua could not forget his identity as Dong Wang Gong. He was constantly reminding and encouraging himself so that one day he could take back his former name. At this time, Taoist Donghua, who was in seclusion in the City Lord Mansion, suddenly received a message from the Three Pure Ones, telling him that the time for the decisive battle had arrived. The plan had already begun. He no longer needed to endure and could fully display his ambitions. God knew how long Taoist Donghua had been waiting for this news. Since losing his identity, Taoist Donghua had been working hard to cultivate in order to restore his strength as soon as possible and take back everything that had once belonged to him. But it was too difficult. After losing his identity as Dong Wang Gong, Taoist Donghua also lost his own luck. Without the assistance of Providence, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly become extremely slow. But no matter how difficult it was, he had to find a way to overcome it. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would sink into oblivion forever. For this reason, Taoist Donghua had tried everything. Finally, one day, Taoist Donghua accidentally obtained a divine city imperial jade seal, and from then on, his road to hegemony began. In the battle for the divine city, Taoist Donghua seized more than 60 divine cities of the human clan in one fell swoop. With this, he was infused with the luck of the human clan, and his cultivation level was restored to the sage-to-be level, becoming a mighty figure of the generation. Originally, Taoist Donghua should have been stronger, but unfortunately, deity appeared out of nowhere and took more than 10 divine cities from him, causing Taoist Donghua's strength to drop a few points. However, even so, he was still the top existence of the human clan. Without the human emperor, few people in the human clan could match him. Waking up from his memories, Taoist Donghua suddenly got up and walked out of the quiet room to summon his civil and military officials to the council hall for a discussion. He wanted to tell everyone that the era of great battle had arrived. In addition to Donghua City, in the western part of the human clan's territory, a divine city called Yun City was also not peaceful. The existence who ruled Yun City was as famous as Taoist Donghua, Taoist Xian. This person was also one of the overlords of the human clan, ruling more than 50 divine cities in the west. There was no doubt that Taoist Xian was the reincarnation of Ancestor Hongyun. As for why he was called Taoist Xian and not Ancestor Hongyun, there was also a reason. Xian naturally referred to Hongyun. Xian referred to Hongming's purple qi. Ancestor Hongyun wanted to become a saint in this life, so he took a character from Hongming's purple qi and his own name to form his new name. This represented his ambition to become a saint. It was ridiculous that he could become a saint just by giving a name. This name was really cheap. Not to mention Taoist Xian's name. His experience was completely different from Taoist Donghua's. Taoist Donghua was able to achieve what he had today all by his own efforts, and during this period, he had encountered countless dangers. He was really fighting for his future with his life. However, Taoist Xian was different. Because of the fire cloud cave, his journey could be said to be smooth. He could pick up treasures while walking on the road. With a shake of his body, there would be magi coming from all directions to worship him. He was a proper protagonist template. Taoist Xian did not participate in the battle of the divine cities at all. As for why he, who did not participate in the battle, would control so many divine cities of the human clan, it could only be said that he was lucky and could really do whatever he wanted. When people sat at home, the jade seal of the divine cities would come from the sky. There was no need to fight at all. The jade seal of the divine cities would always appear by Daoist Yun's side through various coincidences and be obtained by him. Ever since Daoist Yun's debut, the only time he suffered a loss was when he was defeated by deity, who took more than 10 divine cities of the human clan from him. This was something that could not be helped. After all, for the untainted land, the chaos demon gods were bugs, and most of the existing rules were useless to them. It was normal that Daoist Yun's luck could not affect deity. To be honest, if there was no Feng Zichen, Ancestor Hong Yun would be the destined human emperor. The luck brought to him by the Fire Cloud Cave was really too strong. To put it in another way, all the sages of the human clan who live in the Fire Cloud Cave, including the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, had to give a wisp of luck to Ancestor Hong Yun, the original owner of the Fire Cloud Cave. Ancestor Hong Yun, who had such a strong luck, would definitely have the disposition of the human emperor if he was reincarnated into the human clan. It was a pity that he chose to be the enemy of Feng Zichen. Otherwise, he might have a chance to become the human emperor. However, what was certain now was that he, who was the enemy of Feng Zichen, was destined to go against the position of the human emperor. After Daoist Dong Hua received the message from the 3 Pure Ones, Daoist Yun also received the message from the 2 sages of the West. Yes, the 5 sages did not support one person, but 2. The 3 Pure Ones supported Daoist Dong Hua, while the 2 sages of the West supported Daoist Yun. This was easy to understand. The 2 sages of the West owed Ancestor Hong Yun, so they had to stand on his side no matter what. As for the 3 Pure Ones, it was probably difficult for them to like Ancestor Hong Yun. After all, the 2 sages of the West could be said to have been supported by him. With anger in their hearts, the 3 Pure Ones chose to support Dong Wang Gong, who came from the Xin sect. He was their fellow disciple and was valued by the Tao ancestor in the past. The 3 Pure Ones were indeed more suitable to support him than Ancestor Hong Yun. Since Feng Zichen was seriously injured, the human clan had fallen into silence. At this moment, it was suddenly broken by a loud voice. The human emperor lost his way and was punished by the heavens. Today, he was punished by the heavens. This is the proof. Today, I, Daoist Dong Hua, call myself the King of the East. I want to lead an army to attack the human emperor city to get rid of the incapable ruler and return the human clan a bright world. Daoist Dong Hua rebelled. In the name of Feng Zichen being attacked by the sage, he accused him of being punished by the heavens. Then, he called himself the king and rebelled. To be honest, this accusation was so strong that even Feng Zichen couldn't wash it off even if he wanted to. Among the human clan, the rumors about Feng Zichen being punished by the heavens were not new. Similar rumors had appeared many years ago. It was just that at that time, Feng Zichen was at the peak of his power and no one chose to believe it. As for where this rumor came from, it probably started when the environment in the human clan's territory was getting worse and worse. Tens of thousands of years ago, the sage distorted the acquired laws, causing the environment in the human clan's territory to become worse and worse. Extreme weather also happened from time to time. Because of this, there were rumors about Feng Zichen being punished by the heavens in the human clan. Although Feng Zichen had tried very hard to control the environment, rumors could not be stopped. Coupled with the instigation of people with ulterior motives, it was even more difficult to calm down. However, with Feng Zichen's prestige in the human clan, even if there were some rumors, it was nothing to worry about because no one would believe them. But now, the situation was different. Although Feng Zichen was injured by the sage and not the heavens, how could ordinary people tell the difference between the sage and the heavens? In their eyes, the sage's attack was no different from the heavens. In that case, there was nothing wrong with it. The sage was the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao. In a sense, it was the heavens' attack on Feng Zichen. In this era, all living beings were still in awe of the heavens. Regardless of whether Feng Zichen was wrong or not, as long as all living beings believed that the heavens had attacked him, then he was wrong. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.